guess so.
Yeah.
Okay, good, because I hit start streaming.
We are not making your stream, Sam.
What?
You're not streaming on Discord.
Oh, I'm not. It's so true. Haha, it was I that wasn't ready. I was testing you. Got him. Got him. Anyways, I found a different spooky cabin to be Godfrey's house.
Yeah, that's
No, it's very cabin. It's like the old one.
Yeah, you could definitely get murdered in this house for sure. Okay. So, you guys, last time on Tabletop, you guys resolved the conflict with Draha. Obviously, you beheaded her. You were, you buried her. You got rid of all her soldiers' remains. Aesop gave you a new cart. And other than that, I believe you went to, Atticus. You delivered Nero to her new and better position, which you kind of backed Mikkel into giving her. So hopefully she's off enjoying that. And then you were promptly kicked out of the city after making him feel
Mikkel
sad.
to pee his pants.
Yeah, intimidating the unintimidatable. But yeah, that's kind of. Am I missing anything? I think last time we had kind of a.
We did get the implication that we did kill.
Oh yeah, you guys talked to Aesop some more. May or may not have killed their sister.
Yeah.
Really early in the campaign, like session 3.
If that.
There's
yeah.
a lot of other things you guys did in early sessions that you didn't spend a meticulous amount of time looking at. Now you're using that to my advantage.
We've learned.
We've learned.
You learned, but not
But
quick
now.
enough.
Yeah, not quick enough.
Not quick enough. But yeah, remind me, there were no dreams last time, were there? Were there?
No.
Maybe.
I
I
don't.
don't think so.
There might have been a dream. Wait, hang on.
Oh wait.
One,
No,
I
wait.
There was
thought.
one.
Yeah,
was
I
one.
gave.
Was it not? Yeah, is it Godfrey?
Oh
gave it
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember.
Or Edwin gave
had
Godfrey to
Edwin
dream.
Yeah.
Godfrey almost got Edwin
Godfrey
killed.
would have gotten a game over screen if not for the fact that Edwin, it was a dream. But, yeah, spooky times in an occupied Cadane with Edwin. Other than that, I think we were pretty much good. Let me see. Let me look at my little system updates. Apothecary class and a couple other classes have been shuffled around and mildly edited. Apothecary class now has a new special mechanic. If you're an apothecary and you are chosen as the sacrifice when making traversal travel traversal checks, don't remember which order it is, you not only do you get either the buff or the debuff or the item or the event that you'd normally get, but you also pick up an item that is according to a d20. There's a chance you can pick up no item. If you get a 5, you get an herb, and that goes all the way up through expensive items, increasingly expensive items, to a 20 plus, which is a death rune, which is obviously the item that lets you not die. It's free get out of jail free card. So if anyone's worried about players or characters dying, I don't know, pick up a mortar and pestle and get making some blunts, I guess. Other than that, oh yeah, there's a new special type in the game. Who could say what that's for? It's called a spudiform.
Oh no.
I will.
They're coming.
They're out there somewhere. I promise, Spud Boss, and I will deliver. Should you find the Spud Boss, you gotta find it first. But yes, Spud is out there. I love all the McAllis reacts. I love how that can be canon in this universe. Should you choose to accept it. But yeah. Okay. Does anyone have any questions?
I don't believe so.
All right. Well, you guys were mid-teleport. You were going to Godfrey's cabin. Are we where? Like, where in Godfrey's cabin? Are we going right inside, or are we ending up front yard, backyard, woods.
I feel like we should end up in the front or the backyard because of the animals.
Yeah. I feel like that's polite.
Yeah.
I don't want to land on Alaga.
That would be unfortunate.
So we're outside, right?
Yeah.
Buy a
Millicent.
garlic.
You appear in the backyard, in knee-high snow.
And at that moment, Octavia realized she fucked up.
Octavia's lack of pants.
Uh-huh.
Oh no.
She has high boots, but she switched to boots when they were in more mountainous terrain and field terrain, but
Mm-hmm.
I
assume everyone is varying degrees of very, very cold, because you just went from what was basically like sort of a desert climate to the middle of winter.
Yeah.
But other than the new feats of snow, it appears that nothing much has changed. It's a little bit it's kind of close to sunset. Maybe the sun's starting to go down. It's about 4 p.m. You'd guess. We've had a wild day of talking to everyone, cleaning up, and getting Nero where she needed to be. So it's actually pretty late in the day. At least as far as fall days go. Days are shorter, even in Jugdral. I walked home in the dark today.
Oh, that's a hit.
I think my father is currently leaf blowing outside in the dark,
I can hear
like
it.
a
I can
normal
hear
man.
it.
Yeah.
I can hear
Yeah.
Hi, Andrew's dad.
That was-
My windows are closed. I live on the second floor.
He's blowing leaves into your window.
Leaf blowers don't care about that.
Leaf blowers literally don't care. But yes. Other than that, as far as you can tell, immediate glance, nothing else has changed. Godfrey immediately, beeline for the back door. It does not appear to be locked. He goes inside and he holds it open for the rest of you. He does not let Jupiter inside, who very much does try.
Oh, buddy. Octavia's going back and forth trying to keep the circulation in her legs, but she looks to Godfrey like, is there anywhere you can hang out, please?
Godfrey just kind of gestures vaguely to the tree line, yard. But as he's thinking of places where you could tie up a wyvern where it wouldn't cause trouble, Millicent makes an appearance, to run out of the back door and kind of lunge at Jupiter, not in an attacking way, but in a I'm gonna get you way.
No! Hey, Millicent!
Bark, 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 bark.
Don't be rude.
She
Octavia's dressing her down, don't be rude. He's a fucking baby.
Jupiter, who is in fact a fucking baby, immediately attempts to hide behind you. You being Octavia. He's clearly quite alarmed by the appearance of this large dog, and he's met Millicent before, very briefly. Millicent thought he was an idiot, during the
Of course
festival.
she did.
But Millicent, who she seems to get her bearings after a second. She's like, oh, people just came into the house. I was confused, but now I know. And then she looks at Garlic and Jupiter again, a little bit of a doggy side eye, oh, you two.
Creatures.
You guys again.
Garlic is circling around Millicent excitedly, but also kind of in a way of being like, no getting him. No getting Jupiter.
Millicent, after realizing that, oh, it's just these two again, not danger. She saw dragon wings and thought, oh, I gotta go get that thing again.
That
from
thing.
last time.
Yeah.
Atlas.
She's been
God,
guarding
Atlas
the
out there.
house. Atlas out there. Hopefully
Yeah.
not directly right next to you out there, but he's out there somewhere.
Please no.
Atlas just in the woods. It's warm in here. But once she realizes that it's just Jupiter and Garlic, and obviously the rest of you, she gives everyone a quick sniff. She kind of just bowls Godfrey over as soon as she's physically able to do so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Activity.
The door is still open. Are you guys coming in?
Octavia goes to gently guide Jupiter to just hang out in there and is like, once I get some better clothes on, buddy, we'll go hunting, okay? I promise.
Jupiter kind of makes like a exaggerated shiver. Like maybe he's not cold, maybe he is. He's a dragon. They're kind of self-sufficient as far as cold-blooded animals go. Um, but you know,
I'll find some
this
blankets
is
for
new.
ya. Yeah, this is a new area for him. Understandable.
He's never teleported. It was just hot, and now it's not. Exclamation point.
Yeah.
I'm just a little
poor
guy,
buddy.
and I don't know.
You'll get used to it, or I think we're going to be doing that quite often, I think, for the time being, so you'll get used to it.
Jupiter just kind of like purrs a little bit and then goes to scratch his back on a particularly spiky pine tree.
Okay, you seem to be getting your bearings good. And then she's gonna fast walk inside, cause cold! Fucking cold!
Once you are the rest of you going inside first of all? Is anyone else hanging
Yeah,
out outside?
absolutely.
Yeah, sure. If everyone else is.
Val is going to make sure Garlic isn't going to just start like, I don't know, running directly into the woods because he feels like it. But after that,
go.
yeah.
All right, yeah. Garlic, it looks like the pen on the side of the house, which is kind of like in the shade of the roof a little bit, you know, clearer of snow. It used to be full of random dogs, unnamed dogs, as far as you're aware. But now there's nothing in it. It looks like the dogs are gone. So Garlic is perfectly welcome to set up his little situation there in the shade, out of the snow. So there is a place for him. All right, you guys walk inside. And Godfrey closed the door behind all of you guys. He is now very much covered in snow, as Millicent did run him down fully. But everybody's inside. Millicent shakes herself off in the middle of the room, gets snow on everyone's legs. And as you are, you know, stepping into the room, you notice one, Alika is sitting on the couch. She's got something in her lap. She's doing something, but she looks up and she kind of like smiles at all of you a little bit mildly, like, oh, there's people here. That's lovely. And in the doorway that leads sort of down the hallway to the kitchen is Merope. She's got a bowl in one hand and a like a towel in the other hand. She's just kind of cleaning it, mildly confused, like, what's all the ruckus about? But she seems to like visibly relax once she sees that it's just you guys. And she says, "Oh, what? I thought you were all far away."
We were.
Then
Who has the guiding stone at the moment?
Octavia raises the guiding stone
Yeah.
up. And then she's like, I need to change into pants, please.
Merope takes one look at you. She like she sees you're shivering. She notices your lack of pants, and that kind of like jumpstarts her brain a little bit. She was in kind of in like intruder, but also cleaning mode. So she motions to you. She's like, "Oh, come here. I don't have pants, but I have a wool skirt you can borrow."
Oh, thank you so much.
She goes off to the kitchen, puts the bowl down, and then rushes back through the living area towards Alika's room, where she grabs the item in question. It is bright red. She hands it to you.
Thank you. And Octavia's like, are you done in the lavatory? Can I use it for a sec?
Oh, I wasn't using it. Go right ahead.
Oh, thank you so much. And then Octavia just like goes inside to get changed.
All right. Once Octavia is inside getting changed, Merope just kind of like, she's still a little bit like blinking in surprise. A bunch of people just appeared in the backyard, completely devoid of warning. And she says, "Well, I was gonna prepare something for dinner, but, oh, I don't know if I bought enough to make what I need."
She hears Octavia's voice from the laptop. We brought beans and rice. We have stuff.
Oh, well, that's good. Honestly, I was gonna head to the store
Valente
anyway.
just kind of raises his hand and goes, I will help.
That would be appreciated, actually. But not right away. Why doesn't everyone sit down and relax?
Thank you. Archibald awkwardly walks over to sit down, having just gone in his head, which no one else knows. Oh fuck, I just woke up next to that woman like a few nights ago. Oh, that's weird.
Dissonance.
As
Like,
you
oh
guys,
no.
as you guys are sort of stumbling into the room, it is quite warm in here. The fire's going. Godfrey immediately like makes a break for his room. He's covered in snow. Presumably, he's going to go put on different clothing. But he does not stop to say hi to anyone or do anything. He's gone. Millicent follows him.
Yeah.
He passes Merope in the hallway and he says something, but it's not intelligible.
What is Alika doing?
Val has put on his big cloak that he got from Klaus. So he's fine.
Nice.
Nice.
Sorry, what was the question?
Archibald always kind of has
Frankie
everything at all times.
Tis warm. Trekkie, did you ask a question? I didn't hear.
Yeah, maybe it got cut out. What is Alika doing?
Oh, Alika appears to be sewing something.
Okay.
It's brown and furry from what you can see.
Oh.
She's just kind of, she's sitting cross-legged on the couch. There's like, the fire's going. She's very like, chill, at peace in the moment.
Yeah.
But she looks at you and she's like, oh, hello. How have you been?
Oh, we've been alright.
That's good. How's everything, with your mother?
Well, she's fine. What are you making there?
Oh, Merope's cloak had a hole in it, so I'm just patching it a little bit. I need something to do with my hands, when I'm not at work, you know? It's good to have a hobby. Do you
Yeah.
need anything that needs fixing?
Do
you have anything, I should say.
I think we're okay. Well, I'm okay at least.
I know what this fucking offer is for you, bitch. I see through you.
What?
Fucking gotta get it. You gotta get the fucking titty cups removed from that fucking dragon thing.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I see what you're trying to be subtle. I see through you.
Isn't that
Well,
for your
Archibald,
benefit,
do you have anything
though?
that you-
Come on.
Archibald's massive honkers.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I don't think Archibald has the same chest mass as an 8-foot tall dragon woman.
I don't think he has the same
No.
general body mass as an 8-foot tall.
Yeah.
Honestly, Archibald, I don't know if he's in this moment would bring it up because
You
it's
don't
like
have to.
I don't know if he's thought about that as a concept yet.
You don't
Wearing the dress that they took off of the dragon.
Well, she's in the middle
They-
of something right now, so
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
not gonna put that down to help you.
Busy.
But she continues sewing. Valente, Octavian, Archibald, where are you guys? I know Edwin's kind of hovering around. Is Archibald's on the couch, right?
I guess so. Is that also where she is?
Yeah, she's sitting right next to you.
Oh.
I would say, like, you guys can do stuff first because I can have Octavia go last and emerge from the bathroom.
Oh yeah, I forgot she's in the bathroom.
Yeah.
I mean, Valente look uncomfortable. Like he's like, oh, I forgot about. I don't really know these people.
Valente can talk to Gare or Amalthea.
Garen,
Don't know if he has the brain to do that.
Garen's already standing next to you, and Amalthea is sitting in front of the fire. She's already got her shoes off. Her feet are dangerously close to the flames.
Uh-oh.
Good for her.
Val does say, "Don't burn yourself, kid."
She just kind of wiggles her toes in the direction of the fire.
But no, Val is so busy being like, "Oh, I forgot how weird this situation is because I don't know these people." That he's
Did you
being awkward.
I think Edwin sees it like, Val, did you want to borrow the guiding stone?
Oh, that would be nice. Yeah.
Octavia like quickly opens the door, puts it down there, is like, there you go, and then closes the door again.
Goes and picks it up, and then like holds it for a second, looking kind of weird, and it's like, I'm assuming no, but it feels weird not to ask. Does anyone want to come? And he's making a face like this is not a situation he's ever prepared for.
Do you want someone to come with you? Just so you're just so you're not alone.
Gare has already kind of like lifted his way off the wall, like fully prepared to come with you if you should require
Aww.
someone.
I don't know. I've never had the option to have someone come before, so I haven't thought about it.
Amalthea looks over her shoulder at you, like, not like, I want to come, but like, I don't know what to say to that.
Al looks back at her like, me neither, kid.
She turns back to the fire with a shrug.
Yeah,
And
I think
scoots a little
Edwin-
bit dangerously closer.
I think Edwin probably would suggest, like, well, we haven't used the guiding stone a lot, so maybe it's safer to just bring someone, even if they don't go all the way to wherever you're going.
Pauses for a bit, and then nods, like, yeah, I don't see a problem with that. Just kind of looks at Gare because he already moved, and it's like,
Gare's already on his
Yeah?
way. Gare's already on his way over.
Yeah, Edwin definitely was like, looks pointedly at Gare, who is volunteering.
Volunteers Gare against his will. At some point in this, Godfrey does make a reappearance wearing different, less wet clothes. And at this point, he like goes over to where his mom is sitting and like gives her a hug really quickly.
good job!
Good.
Nice.
Well, he was
Nice.
soaking wet. You want to hug your sick
Yeah, you
old
don't want to hug
mother
your mom.
in your wet, snowy dog clothes? That's what a loving son would do.
I'm not saying he was wrong to do what he did first. I'm just
Aw,
saying I'm glad that he eventually got there.
It doesn't matter that
Come
he didn't
here,
even think to
sweetie,
say
and
hi.
Give your mother a nice, wet, cold hug
We're
here in
stopping there.
Siberia.
We are stopping there.
A wet, cold hug.
We are
In the
stopping
cold north.
Thank you for the bit. No more.
But yeah, Godfrey just made a reappearance.
Wonderful.
He
That
has
was
no
like-
context for the conversation. He's just standing there.
Oh no, he absolutely does not. I was like, okay, I will go now. Sorry, this is yeah. And then he just walks out that door.
Uh, Gare does not immediately follow. Gare's a little bit like confused, like, what? Okay, we'll be back. We'll be back. Save food. Goodbye. And then he runs out the back door after you.
Edwin just like waves politely as they leave.
I just imagine Edwin's face.
Amalthea very quietly says,
Lord.
"Have fun."
Yeah.
All right. Who do I want to do first? Let's do Valente journey first, just cause they're gonna be returning to the house anyway. Okay. Valente, you are now in the backyard. Gare is kind of half stumbling after you. He almost trips into a snowdrift. He saves himself at the last moment. It looks like the fur collar of his is not doing much. Kind of like reaches around for your hand a little bit. Like, don't leave me behind.
No, Val grabs it immediately. And then he's like, okay. And then he teleports to.
Whoosh.
It's not the grave immediately, but somewhere in between the grave and where Kidane is.
Mm-hmm.
I guess.
Since I don't have a lot of knowledge of what the area looks like, do you want to describe it?
Yeah. So it's about between Kidane and where the grave is situated. It's about a 10-minute walk. And so it's not the grave is pretty close, like maybe 30 seconds more and it'll be visible. But it's like it's not, I wouldn't say it's like heavily forested. There's some trees. And it's fall creeping in on winter there. And Val says, I don't want you to come see this if it would make you uncomfortable.
Is it gonna make you uncomfortable?
No. But I'm never my best when I'm visiting her. And emotions aren't my strong suit, and I don't particularly think they're yours either.
Yeah,
so
he kind
I
of
don't.
nods at that, like, yeah, so true.
So she goes, I don't want you to have to feel like that you either have to take care of me, or B, that you're just watching me be upset. I feel like both would be kind of shitty. So you can wait here if you want.
Well, I can wait here if you want me to. This is personal, I guess, so if you want me to stay here, I will, but you don't have to feel bad about feeling shitty. You know, we all feel shitty once in a while. I feel shitty a lot, too. We've all got people to mourn and such.
And then Val sighs and is like, well, this is going to end up turning into, well, do you want to? Well, I don't, we're just going to both try and accommodate the other, and it's going to be messy. So, sure. Come, I guess.
Alright, I'll come.
And then, again, it takes about 30 seconds of walking before you see it, and it's this large grove, this large open area in the lightly forested area, and it's been, I'd say it's about a plot of about 5 by 5, and it's just filled with marigolds. It's not perfect because Val doesn't tend to it. He just kind of planted the flowers and let them grow, but so they spread. But it's about this just area that he's filled with marigolds, and then in the ground About half of, like, it's near the, like, front of it as you approach, about half a foot in and in the middle, widthwise, there is a spear that's been driven into the ground, and near the pommel there is what looks like just it's a gold ribbon that's been tied. And Val goes over to it and reties it so it looks like a nicer bow, because the wind kind of blows it around, and so sometimes it starts looking bad.
Mhm.
So he reties it, and then he steps back.
As
And
Val is doing this, Gare doesn't walk forward immediately. Not only because this is really Val's area, so he doesn't want to be disrespectful. He doesn't want to step anywhere. He doesn't really know where to step. But also, it's a beautiful area, and he tells Val as much. He kind of like whistles through his teeth, and he says, "Wow, this is. Did you do this?"
I did. I mean, the forest was always here, obviously, but yeah, the flowers. When I pretty much right after she passed, I came to Cadane.
Oh, you just got so much louder. Hold on. Just turn you down.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. You just got very close.
I-
Quick, let me tell you about my wife's death.
That's so funny because literally all I did was turn off my drawing tablet.
Whoa.
I did not move.
God.
Fucked
I
up.
turned off
It
my
must have
drawing
been-
tablet.
It was taking some of the power away from your computer. I don't know how these things
I
work.
guess it was.
Fucked up. Anyways, continue. Sorry.
The
moment.
No, you're fine. You're fine. No, it's really funny. And so I came here pretty immediately. I basically intimidated them into giving me a job. And then I Morgana's body, it wasn't quite decomposing. It was, I had done some measures to keep it from smelling. But I buried it here in this spot, and I placed her lance here. And then the following spring, I planted the flowers.
That's really nice. Thoughtful. Everyone I've ever buried was a bandit, so, you know, you just dig a hole and drink.
Yeah. It's the grave I've ever made, too.
Wow.
My parents were burned because they had the plague. And the church kind of handled it, and I don't think they wanted to trust a 10 or 12-year-old to figure out what to do with the cremated remains. So, and the same had to be done to Isaiah.
Yeah. That's horrible.
Yeah. And then Val looks at the lance that's been planted, and he goes, "Sorry, I'm late. I figured that my trip would be this long, or much longer as it's going to be. But I didn't think I'd get so close to your birthday when I got to come home for a little bit. But I guess this isn't home much anymore, is it? Huh? And Val's right hand comes up and starts kind of kneading his side a little bit. And he goes, "Happy birthday. I Um, this is Gare.
Gare, like,
He's
he moves to, like, almost wave before, like, lowering his hand a little bit. Automatic response.
no, totally valid. It actually makes Val snort a little bit. And he goes, I think, I mean, it's been so long that I don't know, but from what I remember, I think, one, you would have thought he was hilarious. And it, not intentionally. And that would have made it funnier to you. But, and then Val gets a little red and goes, I think you would have been happy to see me with him.
Gare also gets a little red. Like, ooh.
I mean, obviously, if you were alive, this wouldn't, yeah. But I think if there is an afterlife, you're probably pretty pleased. You always said I got into my own head too much, and someone needed to bring me out of it, and that was especially true after everything. But I'm not alone anymore, and that's new. No one else really was excited to come, which makes sense because this is what it is. But you would have liked Amalthea, and she calls me Dad sometimes, and it's overwhelming, but I'm glad I still get to be that to someone. And you would have enjoyed Octavia. I think you were very similar in many regards. Edwin and Archibald would have also been and Godfried would have been pretty easy for you to tease, and you would have liked that. But I might not come back here for a while after this. And I might not come back here at all after a certain point. And I doubt that there even is a spirit version of you listening to me, and this is more for my sake than anyone else's, but thanks for being my wife and for being the reason that I still didn't give up for 30 years, because now I have stuff that I can't give up on anymore. So, rest well, Mordana. And then he just kind of turns around and says, yeah, should we go back? And his eyes are misty, but he's not quite crying.
Gare is kind of, he didn't phase out. He did not phase out, I'd like to say. But he did kind of like, he was listening. He was like thinking. He was thinking and listening. So when you talk to him, he kind of like starts a little bit. And he nods. He like takes a second. He nods kind of slowly, and then he kind of like, he doesn't say anything to the grave site. It's really not his place to start talking to people who he doesn't know. Especially since in his mind, obviously Mordana isn't in the picture anymore, but he's still, like, oh yeah.
No, I'm comfortable. Yeah.
He's like,
I'm fucking your ex-husband, but you're only exes because you're dead.
Yeah, like, that's his
bye.
vibe right now. So he kind of half bows, but like also tries to salute at the same time. Like, how can I be respectful to this dead person? I'm just gonna do it all, but half, all at once. Before like nodding again and sort of shuffling backwards. Like, okay.
And then Val, I in my mind, yeah, Val offers a hand, and then they teleport back to Gottfried's backyard.
Mm-hmm. You arrive back in Godfrey's backyard, same as you left it. Before you go inside, Gare, he's cold. Before you go inside, Gare just kind of like quietly says, "That was really poetic. I don't know. That was nice."
Thanks. I'm not known for being good at talking to people, so I appreciate it. Thanks for coming.
Yeah, of course. Anytime you want to. Nobody should have to. Well, I'd say drink alone, but that's more my way of doing things.
Drinking was always about celebrating for me, or proving a point, or teaching my battalion to relax. So I never always thought about it as a grieving thing, but I agree. Drinking alone is the fastest way to end up passed down in your own vomit.
Also very poetic. Why don't we head inside?
Yeah, it's fucking cold.
Gare opens the door for you.
Val walks back inside, places the guiding stone on, there's a coffee table, I assume.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, there's a table in front of Alka. It's where all her like sewing supplies and such are.
Val places the guiding stone there, avoids looking at anyone, and walks directly into the kitchen because he can help Merope now.
Okay, but before we do that,
so
I want to circle back because you guys.
Yeah.
What were was anyone? You can say no one was doing anything of interest, but was anyone doing anything of interest while those two were off doing that?
All I can think of is like Octavia exiting the bathroom, bundled up in her coat and Merope's woolen skirt, and also like seeming to have tried to get like something going on with her chariot's hair got so it still all fits over each other, so she has layers.
Merope is kind of like hovering in the hallway when you come out of the bathroom, and there's a door to the bathroom in the hallway as well. There's 2 doors to the bathroom. So she kind of like catches you as you leave. This like bundled up, huddled little creature. And you can like hear her shake her head, and she says, "Oh, you're really not from somewhere cold, are you?"
How'd you know?
Well,
Octavia like smiles weakly.
well, the clear lack of pants are a bit of a giveaway, but you look like you're trying to prepare for hibernation right now. Do you want a blanket?
Well, right now I'm kind of doing that because I need to go out and feed my wyvern.
You're
So
what?
well, since the last time we were here, I now have a wyvern.
Like a dragon.
Yes.
She just kind of like stares at you. Like,
Do you want to meet him? He's very nice. He's very nice, I swear.
Oh, I'm sure he is. It's just what, you didn't have a wyvern when you were here before, did you? I would have seen it.
No,
I would have seen it.
Yes, you would have seen. No, I didn't. I also had pants when I last came here, and it was summer. So yeah.
Well, I mean, all of us suffer from poor planning at one point in our lives or another. I would like to meet your wyvern, actually.
Sure, come on. We can go. You can come and meet him.
Do you want something warmer to wear? She like points at your outfit.
Octavia does like roll up the woolen skirlub and shows that she did put on stockings, like longer stockings and like leggings underneath her socks and her boots. So it's like I'm a bit better now, but I don't want to just steal your clothes.
It's all right. I always make sure to pack an extra coat for when the storms roll in, but well, it's good
there's
to
storms.
know that you had something to wear.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, let come on. I'll let me introduce you to Jupiter.
She follows behind you, and she does look, perhaps, a little bit giddy.
Aww.
Oh, I'm so happy. There's epic highs in different ways going on in this session so far.
Epic highs and lows of high school football.
Yeah.
When you guys go outside, well, you only see the top half of Jupiter, because the bottom half is in a snowdrift.
Oh no, buddy, what happened? Oh no.
He snurfs.
Oh, buddy, did you fall? Octavia like goes over and is trying to like help in some way, make sure that he's not hurt. He's just in there.
His tail snakes out from underneath the snow, so it's after a brief moment of like observation, it's clear that he might have done this to himself. Sort of dragon igloo, but only his butt. Sort of vibe. Maybe he sat down and it just all fell.
Oh no.
But he's wagging his tail a little bit back and forth, clearing a little bit of a path behind him, making a little snow angel, a fucking massive snow angel.
Oh, but hey, I'm gonna introduce you to someone. So, just be yourself. Be your gooper self. And Octavia like goes over, like takes Merope's hand, and is like, "This is Merope. This is Godfrey and Alika's friend. We're staying with them, and she's really good baker."
Jupiter seems to sense this because he immediately like puts his whole snoot in her hand, and he's sniffing. And Merope, to her credit, does not seem very scared by this. She's once she realizes that, oh, that wasn't an eating my hand gesture, that's a smelling me gesture, she kind of laughs a little bit, and she's like, oh, like a big dog.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't grow up with dogs that much, but I think the best way to say is like he's like a big lizard dog.
I did grow up with dogs, and let me tell you, this is definitely puppy behavior. How old is he?
I honestly don't know. When he came to us, there wasn't a clear designation of how old he was. It's hard to tell, but I know that wyverns can live a long time, apparently.
Oh, yes, definitely. Definitely longer than humans, so who knows? Maybe he's both of our senior, but he's just a little baby, aren't you? And then Jupiter purrs into her hand. Like, good. I have so much attention on me right now. It's unbelievable.
Yes, you are.
Yeah. Jupiter absolutely basking in this. I imagine Garlic's over by the side of the house like, hey, wait a minute.
No, Garlic is excited to be in the snow.
Oh, what's Garlic doing in the snow?
He's doing the dog thing where it's like, oh my god, there's snow, and running around and like diving headfirst into it and going crazy.
Garlic is broken free of the dog cage and is now running around the snow.
I'm coming out of my cage and I'm doing just fine.
He's doing just fine.
Because he's one of those, big horses that has like the feathering on his like on his legs and stuff.
He's warm.
And so he's really warm a lot of the time. And he can like deal with it. But it's not the most comfortable to him, so in the cold he's like, yes, I am so furry and comfortable. And the snow is magic.
I think Octavia noticed it and she's like, hey Garlic, you enjoying yourself? Octavia just calls to Garlic and then sees like, oh yeah, he's running around. He looks happy.
But I don't know what you just said.
That did not come through.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was going in and out for me. I heard my name, but I don't know what you just said.
I think she hears him whinny and she just waves and smiles and like gives him a thumbs up.
From across the yard, Jupiter yells, "These ladies smell like food!"
Nah.
And then Jupiter looks at Octavia, like, remembering that he said food to himself, like, food? Question mark?
Oh yeah, I need to take him out hunting. Do you know where I could find like some deer or something for him?
Merope kind of, like, holds her hands out and says, "It's the middle of the woods. You shouldn't have to walk far."
True. Okay, buddy. Come on, let's go hunt.
Alright, you guys are going off hunting?
Yeah, Octavia asks Merope if she wants to come, but if not, she'll be like, I'll try to also get some stuff for dinner if you want.
Merope seems to consider it for a solid, like, 30 seconds. But then she shakes her head a little bit and she says, maybe another time. It's a little, you know, cold for that sort of adventure right now. I'm tired.
Yeah. Understandable. I hope you have time to put your feet up soon. That we made more trouble for you.
Oh, it's no trouble at all. It's great to have people around, and I wasn't expecting to see any of you this quickly. I'm really happy.
I'm glad. I think Gottfried's really glad to come home.
Merope kind of makes like a face, like,
Octavia for a moment is like, look, he has the emotional capacity of a wet sandal, but I do think he's happy to be home.
Oh, you don't have to tell me that. I would know firsthand, but,
Insight check from Octavia.
what are you
Octavia
specifically
doesn't know.
inciting?
Specifically when she says, like, oh, how long have you been on this road, my girl? How long have you been with the freed? So.
Yeah, go ahead.
12.
12? It's said like someone who has many years of experience dealing with this, though she seems to have like a very like, I don't know, you can't quite pinpoint it, but it seems like perhaps this isn't just like a general vibe, but more like a very specific something that she's talking about, that, you know, maybe a conversation topic at least somebody wants to avoid, whether it's her or him, unknown.
Octavia senses that as like, well, we'll be back as soon as we can.
Of course. Take as long as you want.
It's really cold.
Okay,
Thank you
yes,
for the
come back
skirt.
quickly.
Thank you. And then Octavia like gets Jupiter to get out of the snowdrift so they go hunt.
Okay. I'm just gonna say you are successful. This place is absolutely chock full of deer.
Fuck yeah.
Jupiter eats one whole.
Yeah, fuck yeah. And then does Octavia find anything like rabbits or something that she can bring back?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay.
Couple snow hair, that kind of thing.
Hell yeah.
And once you get back, Merope's already inside. She's in the kitchen, just kind of like sorting through plates and such. Like, you walked in when she was cleaning the dishes, so she's kind of like, oh, let me finish that before I start on any new tasks or adventures.
Okay.
And Alika is where you left her, and I assume everyone else is where you left, unless
I guess if I'm doing the math right, while all this has been going on with the other players, it's been the Edwin, Archibald, and Alika show just sitting in there.
Amalthea and Gottfried are also there.
And Gottfried.
And Millicent.
Gottfried is
think,
there also. Okay, thank God.
Millicent.
I think Edwin was going to ask Godfried about making some more medicine for Val now that he actually has herbs for that.
Okay, yeah, so,
The, like, pain medicine.
yeah, he says, oh, um, well, yeah, I guess I can. I thought she still had some, but if not,
It just wasn't a lot, and I did promise her that we'd replace it, and I can't really do it myself, so.
Godfrey kind of like sighs, like, ugh, things to do. Me giving tasks against my will. But he does kind of like begrudgingly get up from where he was like, not playing with logs by the fire, but like kind of stacking them haphazardly in a corner. Not well. And he gets up and he goes off to, you presume somewhere the other side of the house, like the kitchen or his room. You don't quite follow him, unless you do follow him. It's up to you.
Oh, that would be a little weird.
I'll watch you. Make sure you're not fucking with those herbs.
No, you can do it as a teaching experience. You just need to frame it like
think
that.
about it, but like Edwin is too polite and Godfried never wants to be around people.
No.
How many herbs? I think it was 2 if it was the right thing I was looking at.
What were you looking at?
Oh, where is it? I think I had it pulled up on my phone. I think it was the like some kind of pain salve. I'll find it again.
Okay, yeah, just subtract the amount of herbs that you gave to him. And
Okay.
after a couple minutes, you do hear that he's in the kitchen because you hear him moving around and presumably mashing something to death at a table. So
yeah,
he's sorry. Someone's been trying to learn Japanese to survive in my Steam friends for like the past 20 minutes. It doesn't run, bro. Play something else.
Is it someone I know?
I have no idea. But yeah, which leaves Edwin, Archibald, Amalthea, and Alika hanging out in the room together. Alika finishes up with the patch on Merope's cloak, and she kind of holds it up, and then looks around for Merope. Doesn't quite see her because she's outside with Octavia still. So she just puts it aside, holds her hands up to the fire. She's a bit ways away, but it's still warm, so. And then she looks over at Archibald and she says, "It's been quite a while since we had good work, huh?" The winter months are very unpopular, I suppose.
I assume this is being directed. This is not a character asking. I assume this is being directed at someone who she knows, as opposed to me, who she like maybe met once, if she remembers.
Who knows?
Like, does
I think
this
she
feel?
referred to you as Agamemnon last time.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Work in demand. Well, I suppose it hasn't been so bad. People from all over sort of need help from wherever they can get it, so
I suppose. Are you taking out mercenary work these days? It's a little bit unlike your style.
well, it sometimes things happen, you just sort of end up life presents its options to you.
Oh, well, that's good. That's good. It's so nice to be busy. I'm glad you could visit.
My pleasure. What do you get up to around?
Oh, well, no work recently. Due to weather, I assume. I bet I'll be back in no time, but I've just been doing a little bit of hobby work. Managed to misplace my sword. I'll find it again.
Ah. Looking around. Wasn't it stored on a wall last time we were here or something?
There was a Zweihander above the fireplace, and once you look up there, you notice there is in fact an empty sword holder above the fireplace.
Oh, yeah. Huh.
As you guys are talking, Merope, this is the point when Merope comes back in the room, shivering. She takes off her cloak, hangs it on the wall.
Ah, welcome. Well, you were here, I suppose, but welcome back.
Yeah, well, it's nice to be inside, nice and warm. That big lizard of yours is pretty cute.
Archibald has a moment of just the little the first few notes of the Jeopardy theme just do 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 in his head, and then he's like, oh yeah. I assume she's taking him out hunting or.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'd offer to feed him, but well, I wasn't expecting a wyvern. I have to go to the general store tomorrow, but I was hoping to not travel during the dark.
Is that the one? Is that the one we would have passed on the way here, the small farm town sort of deal, or is that?
Well, I would hardly call it a farm town. I would call it a single intersection with one populated store. But
Yeah, that sounds like the one.
yeah, they've got pretty much all the basics that one could need. So, oh my God, Valente. Sorry. Valente's
Valente.
Valente. Oh my God, the hair.
Dwyer. Sorry, Dwyer. You want to hear the Asperat's secret to doing good Fire Emblem sprites? The Fire Emblem sprites are at double the resolution when they load in.
Yeah, I know.
They should be. So you got to make them smaller.
Oh, I just did 2 pixel wide drawing.
Okay. Nice. It looks good. I like the hair. Anyway, sorry.
Thank you.
Yes, that's definitely the store. I'm headed down there tomorrow if anyone needs to take a journey, buy some supplies. I know at least some of you could probably do with warmer clothing.
Winter pants. Yeah.
I'm not sure mine will fit everyone, and I don't know if anyone else would be willing to share.
Oh, I guess almost everyone's here, but I'll bring it up to Val and Garo when they get back.
Sounds good. Sounds good.
Is Gottfried still in the room?
Gottfried was told to go to the kitchen and make slunge, so that's what he's doing. He's mashing something.
I think Gottfried's in the kitchen right now, also, if you're looking for him.
Oh. Yes, I guess I should say hello. We didn't really get to have a proper greeting. Lots going on. Excuse me for a moment.
Oh goodness.
Oh boy.
So is whatever is about to happen in there audible from this room?
There seems to be some talking, but it's clearly not supposed to be audible intentionally.
Do I have to roll for that?
Yes, you do.
I do. Joy to the world.
Are you trying to hear from your position on the couch next to
the
fire?
Yeah. It's classic.
And...
It's classic eavesdropping. It's not creeping around. That'd be too weird.
Okay.
Ooh.
Oh.
Perception?
Yep, perception.
Oh. Well, 17.
17? You managed to catch the starting end of a conversation. Seems to be a very, sort of awkward greeting back and forth. You hear, people moving around, but you're not looking at them, so you obviously have no idea what they're doing. More mashing sounds. A lot of it seems to be obscured by the mashing sounds, unfortunately.
The mashing sounds get slightly more as it's
no,
once you step in the room.
They get a little bit quieter actually. But enough that they're still a little bit distracting from the conversation. you don't really catch any more than that. You're so far away, and there's so much happening around you. But they are talking about something, very quietly.
He seems.
Wait, hold on, I'm not done.
Oh no.
You also catch like sort of the, I'm not gonna say tail end because she doesn't come back immediately. But you catch like, the end of what seems to be a main conversation where Morobi suggests that they have a discussion privately later.
Oh dear. Okay. Well, I'm going to just sort of sit here and do. I guess at some point, Alika, she's the neighbor, right?
Oh, yeah, she lives, what is it? 5 minutes? 10 minutes? 30? I don't quite remember. She's not far. A little bit of a walk. She's very nice, isn't she?
Yeah. Yeah, it seems to be.
Well,
She help around the house here when Godfrey's gone, or?
oh, yes, all the time. And she seems to like, her brain has switched tracks a little bit, so she seems to be a little bit more lucid in this moment. And she says, oh, well, there's very few other people around in the area, so, she's my good company and I'm hers.
Sorry, I'm writing. Note stuff. Don't worry about it. Archibald nods. It has just a like. Oh my god. Sort of internal thought process going on. Oh my god. Godfrey's mom hangs out. This is a Godfrey's mom hanging out with his like divorced wife or something sort of thing. What the hell?
Alika does not seem to process or really like notice you thinking these thoughts. And she just kind of like smiles mildly to herself. She says, "Well, any cooking I don't have to do is just another worry off my back." So.
True. True that. Valente and Octavia, you take care of most of the cooking for us, though.
Ah.
Not always.
Well, that's good.
I like to think I've picked up how to cook decently at some point.
Well, that's good. Never know where you might end up. Some places don't have inns. This town is definitely one of them. If you could call it a town.
Hamlet, perhaps.
I tend to refer to it as a street. Just a street. Doesn't even have a name, really. Just call this my house.
Has Godfrey always lived up here? You lived here for
Oh,
a
no,
long
we
time?
used to live, She doesn't say anything after that. End of sentence.
At this point, does she seem to be processing me as really who I am, or am I still some random person that from the past that she thinks is
Unclear.
like
She's staring into the fire, not at you.
Are Malthea and Edwin in this room? Are they you?
Yeah.
Is it official? If Trikey wants to do something on ramp, go ahead.
As Archibald finishes his I'm gonna call it kind interrogation. This is the point when Valente and gear reappear. So everyone's in the same place again, in the same house.
Save for Octavia.
So, Valente, I believe you were... Yes. Well, at this point, you probably come back. At this point, Valente, you said you were going off to do dinner stuff. Octavia has arrived with meat product from wood.
Yeah, Octavia looks like her face is really red from windburn. And her hair's kind of fluffed up, and she still looks kind of ramshackle, but she holds up, like, 3 winter hairs and is like, success!
Amalthea is like, hee hee.
Yeah. Do you and Merope need help with skinning them, Valente?
I think Valente defers to Merope because he's like, this is closer to being her kitchen than it is to being mine.
Yeah.
Godfried, who is still in the kitchen, just kind of he does not offer to help. But
He's doing herb stuff.
yeah, he's doing what is clearly like drug. He's doing Breaking Bad in the corner. But Merope just kind of reaches out for one of the hairs, and she smiles very like kindly and passively, and she says, "Oh no, I can shuck one of these in under 30 seconds."
Octavia's like, wow. Can I watch?
Of course you can.
Thank you.
And then she goes over to the sink, waits for you to stand next to her, and begins her wretched task.
Yeah. And Octavia's like, whoa, you do it so fast.
Like a banana.
Years
Like
and
a
years of
banana.
practice, my friend. And then once you have this, and she kind of like, she puts her hand, she's got like the flayed skin now. So she puts her hand under the skin the same way you'd hold up like a pizza crust that hasn't been baked yet, and she kind of like spins it around on her fingers. She says, "Oh, and we can make something nice and warm out of these."
Oh, wow.
Manic backwoods dream girl.
Dream girl.
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Manic
Merope.
backwards dream milk.
Yeah.
Manic backwards dream MILF. Octavia's like, oh wow,
New
you're
from
so
Florence
cool.
and the Machine.
Dream girl evil. Everyone crank it up.
Dream girl medieval.
Medieval, yeah. Ooh, on the loot.
Did you say woot?
I said on the loot.
On the loot.
Oh,
You know,
I
like
see.
the medieval instrument.
yeah, medieval conversation. I guess, yeah.
But she kind of like holds one of the hairs, the skin in front of you, like kind of like dangling it in front of you by both of its little paws, and then she lays it on the counter, very like precisely, like, yes, this is the save pile, and then she immediately gets to work on the next one, before sliding you the first one, saying, do you know how to cut things up correctly?
There's a correct way?
Well, let's just say this. If you catch a bone, you're probably doing it wrong.
Oh, yeah, if I do it, I try to eat over those, so... Yeah, I'm not as skilled, so yes, I'll learn. Also, should I take out any tendon? Or should we keep the tendon in?
It's up to you. I'll pretty much eat anything, and whatever I don't eat, Millicent will, so...
Got it. Okay,
and Millicent is, I will add, you now notice, right next to you.
She's just there.
She seems to have appeared there, much like a specter in the night, completely silently, phasing into reality at the word "give Millicent a little snacky."
Okay, Millicent. Okay, let's find you something. And like Octavia, like probably chops off like not like a choice bit, but like something that Millicent can like chew on and tosses it to her.
Millicent gladly takes it and then trots over to where Godfried is still working and attempts to get in his lap while he's working, to his verbal disagreement.
She missed you.
I know that, but I'm trying to do something.
Millicent, Millicent, come back over here. I'll give you another bit.
She appears at your side once again. You didn't even see her move.
Octavia is trying her best to cut it up. It's probably still rough and ready, and she has to like pick out the bones herself instead of like making the proper incisions. But she does it, and like stuff that she gets off the ends or any grizzle, she just like tosses to Millicent, like, here you go.
Millicent stays loyally at your side now that she realizes this is kind of a conveyor belt situation. And as you're handing her, you know, nasty bits, but picking out the bones, Merope then just kind of like reaches over, pulls out the bones, and gives those to Millicent too.
Oh.
She's got a strong jaw. You don't have to worry about her one bit.
Cool.
Crunch.
Oh, I definitely don't.
Don't get on her bad side.
Oh, I don't intend to.
I'm just kidding. I don't think she has one.
Yeah, it's hard to get on a bad side of a dog.
Especially once you've fed her.
Ew. Ha! Success!
Crunch, 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 crunch. Is Valente still in the kitchen? Is Valente doing stuff?
Absolutely. Val's
on vegetable duty.
Yes.
I think at a certain point, Octavia looks up to Val and is like, "Hey Val, look! I think I'm doing better."
Val turns around and looks.
It's
I
not.
was like,
Look, Dad, no
Right.
hands.
Yeah, you should use some hands. Looks like shit.
Octavia's like up to probably her like wrists are like covered in blood and guts and offal. As she's like holding up like a bit that doesn't have any gristle or bone on it, but it looks very clear that she had to work for it.
mm-hmm. Valente like looks at her and then like glances to Merope for a second, like, you let this happen?
Merope is standing at this point. All the rabbits have been skinned, so she's starting to work on like the meat dissection part of it too, and she's doing it pretty much perfectly. Very like practice, not even thinking about it, like she does this 3 times a day sort of vibe. And she's just, you know, mildly smiling, like, aw, she's learning.
Enrichment.
I gave you a little task and you did it. Good job.
Yay! And now we know Octavia also likes enrichment.
Everybody likes enrichment.
Everyone likes enrichment.
Especially Millicent. Crunch, 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 crunch.
Valente goes, maybe you should just, leave the cleaning to Merope and then you can dice it into cubes.
Oh, okay. Oh,
That's a good
Merope,
idea.
can I clean my... I should wash my hands before I do the rest of that.
Oh, of course. She lets you squeeze by towards the sink.
Oh.
Val says, please don't give all of the bones to Millicent. They will make the stock taste better.
Oh, good idea. What are we making?
I was assuming stew.
Stew works for me. Alright, you guys are making the stew.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And as you guys are making the stew, Merope just kind of like she's putting some other vegetables aside in like a pot without meat. Like,
Yeah.
she's making the alternatives.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anything you guys want to do like before dinner is ready? Like anyone else? Any other tasks or investigating?
What are Amalthea and Edwin up to, I guess.
What are Amalthea and Edwin up to? Amalthea has like sort of navigated her way towards the couch. She's sitting on one of the arms of the couch, which is very much like dog weathered. Someone tried to bite the couch a little bit, maybe as a puppy. And the couch was never replaced.
It'd be kind of hard at a certain point.
When you live
I
in
mean, like,
bumfuck nowhere, there's not exactly an IKEA you can drive to.
yeah, and like, despite Gottfried having really good carpenter skills, it's kind of like upholstery and tanning and all that stuff is a bit different.
If Gottfried built the couch, it would just be like the
Wood.
worst fucking
It's the
couch
worst
ever.
fucking couch.
Structurally sound? Yes. Sit on? Definitely
No.
not. That's a stair. But yes, Amalthea has navigated onto the couch. She's kind of forced Archibald to move a little bit closer to Alika, because, she wants to be on the end. Perched like a little gargoyle.
Yeah.
Is Edwin, want to do anything before dinner is ready?
I think he's probably just, like, writing. He can sit on the floor if the couch is full.
Okay.
Are there other chairs, I forget, in the living room besides the couch?
There's one other chair.
Okay.
Yeah, you can sit in the chair.
Yee. The chair next to, one of the big bookshelves.
Convenient.
Perfect place for Edwin's. Park Edwin here.
Yeah.
But as you guys are sort of settling in, getting a little bit warm and comfortable, Amalthea is definitely starting to doze onto Archibald's personal space bubble. Food is ready. Everyone gets their food. There's no the quote unquote dining table is for 2 people maximum. So everyone, as like last time, they eat where they're just kind of like wherever they are. And Volante, when you're like handing out bowls and stuff, 'cause I assume you're helping?
Yeah, obviously.
Okay. As you give Godfried his bowl, he kind of like does a little trade. So he hands you the medicine, and he says, "Edwin told me to make this for you."
Val stares at it for a second, like, huh?
It's
And then looks back
it's
at him and it's
pain.
like,
It's pain
Oh.
medicine.
no, I can smell it. Thanks. Thanks, Edwin. Cool. And then just keeps moving like, oh my god.
Yeah, Godfrey's also like, "Wow, transaction success. I have a bowl now."
Amazing.
Eats his stew. Alright, everyone is back all together in the same room in the, like, sitting room area.
Is there any more room on the couch?
You could probably squeeze a 4th person on there.
Octavia attempts to
Tried.
squeeze in between Amalthea and Archibald, or Archibald and Alika. Whichever's easiest.
Archibald, like, makes room as much as he can, but he's in the middle of this situation, so he's not, like...
Hold on, I'm gonna flip a coin.
Ooh,
Oh, what?
okay.
Octavia, you end up next to Alika and Archibald.
Okay.
End up next to?
Well, it was either
you're gonna end up squished on Alika, or she is, so.
Yeah. So congrats. You did not make Archibald did not get the choice that he didn't want. And Octavia's like, "Oh, pardon me. Sorry."
Oh, no, of course, sit down.
Okay. Octavia sits down.
Alika is just kind of like eating her stew for a little bit. Munch. And then she kind of like turns to Octavia, and a little smile on her face. She says, "It's very good to see you again. It's been a while."
Yeah, Octavia smiles. Is like, "Yeah, it's good to see you too."
How have things been? Busy?
Yes. Pretty busy going around, but well, it looks like right now we have maybe a little bit of a break before expected to get even busier.
Even busier? Oh, things never really do slow down here, do they?
No, but it's a life.
It's a life for sure. I hope there's another dance soon. Those are always enjoyable.
Oh, I didn't know there was a dance recently.
Oh, I'm trying to remember when. Feels like a long time ago, but it couldn't have been that long.
You want to dance after dinner?
I'm not one for dancing alone in my room, thank you very much. I think I'll wait for a more official event.
I'll dance with you.
To what music?
I could hum as we dance.
You're very silly, Lorelei. Very silly.
Octavia's entire face like freezes.
Is it something I said? I didn't mean to insult you.
No, you didn't insult me at all. I'm not used to being called silly.
I call you silly all the time. What are you talking about?
Octavia's like, it looks like the gears are turning in her head. Only you do that.
What? Sorry, I did not catch it.
Sorry, Octavia just says like, well, only you do that.
Well, older sibling privileges.
Uh-huh.
And then she goes back to her stew. Yeah, Dwyer. Ooh, I want cranberries.
Everyone in the room like,
Archibald was starting to like. He's been sitting on the couch for a while in like semi-awkward silence. His head was like sort of back on the couch. He was starting to fall asleep, and now he's like his head's still back in the position he was like nodding off in, but his eyes are open, staring at the ceiling, and like one eye looks over at Octavia like.
Octavia's
the gang
still
walks
like
into the house of the nuclear war live wire.
Welcome to the house.
If Val looks like, at least it's not her thinking I'm her husband. Jesus.
Oh, don't worry.
I just forget. Does anyone else in the party know Octavia's mother's name? I forget if it's come
I
up.
don't remember. That's what I was gonna ask.
I think only
You wanna make
Archibald
memory
and Gare.
checks?
Yeah, Gare can make a memory check.
Yeah, I'll have him do that. Hold on. Gare rolled on 19. Gare is like eyes emoji? Thinking face? He's not gonna say anything. But like he's looking between you two, like
Archibald quietly mouths to Octavius, like not moving at all, anything but his mouth and eyes, just mouths silently. Sister?
Octavia's just like there. It looks like her mind is going a million miles a minute right now.
As all
she's just like
as the three of you are phasing out, Alika briefly like she switches tracks again and she kind of taps on the side of Octavia's bowl and she says, "Eat up. Too skinny."
Oh, right. Yeah, it's. Well, it'll also help with the heat. I'm so cold.
Yeah.
Octavia is eating like fast mouthfuls of it. Now it's like when she hadn't been eating it at all, now she's just shoveling it in.
Amalthea, who is kind of oblivious as to what's going on, leans down to Archibald's ear and says, "Is she like dying of frostbite or something? What's wrong with her?"
Oh, she's fine. How can Alika fucking hear?
She's right there. She's literally like
She's
literally
right
less
there, so
than
you
2 feet away
probably
from
don't
her.
But if
wanna
I were
say
to,
more
if I were
than
to
that.
whisper, if I were to whisper, would she hear, or is she sort of off on her own?
She can passively perceive, if that's what you're worried about.
Well, in that case, I'll just say, No, no. No, she's not dying of frostbite. Don't worry about it. And I sort of mouth at her. I'll explain. Mouth, mind you, not say out loud. I'll explain later.
Amalthea raises an eyebrow before continuing to drink her stew without using a utensil.
Don't tell the child the secrets in the middle of the room. She's immediately going to spill the beans. Child's gonna take that can of beans and throw it over the grass like she's feeding the birds with it.
I think as like Octavia's eating, she also is looking for Godfried. Like, Godfried? What the fuck?
Godfried's kind of like leaning against one of the bookshelves. And he's kind of like, he looks a little bit like befuddled. He does not know what's happening. He obviously knows that Alec has a tendency to just like call people the wrong names. Probably not him, but other people. So he's just kind of like observing, like, oh, yep, no, business as usual, expected, but like, why is Octavia being weird?
And Octavia's just like looking at him like, buddy, is there something you want to tell me?
Godfrey just like raises his eyebrows, like, what?
Is there something I want to tell you?
Is what? Huh?
I think at a certain point when she just sees that Godfrey looks really, really confused and like, oh,
confused and mildly concerned.
Octavia just like looks back to her bowl and eats and is like, I will ask later. It's this point of being like, Octavia's not gonna ask now, but she will ask later.
Alright, everyone finishes up their dinner without any further incident. Merope makes some small talk a little bit. She discusses, you know, like what she's been up to. She and Godfrey have a very short conversation about how her dogs are doing, because she's got many dogs, and they all have names, and they all have very deep personal lives that she's aware of. So she kind of like, she discusses it in brief for about 10 minutes, you know, what her dogs are up to.
Nice.
Yeah. You know, talking about the weather, the seasons, what sort of crops they got down at the general store now that everything's dead. And she once again offers, like, as she's starting to like grab plates from people to put in the sink, presumably to wash, she kind of opens the question up to them. She says, I'm headed to the general store tomorrow. Again, I offer if anyone needs to pick up supplies, you're welcome to come with me.
I'll come.
Yeah, you need pants or something.
Octavia just like elbows Archibald in the side.
Ow. That's it. He says that, just a sad ow.
Yes, I can't just borrow Merope's clothes forever.
Well, I'm happy to give up a wool skirt or two. I definitely have way too many. Ever since somebody took up a sewing hobby. But sure, yeah, we'll get you some pants.
Thank you.
And then she goes off to the kitchen. You hear things being washed. The cots were not fully moved back to their rightful place in the basement. So Gare kind of gets consigned into helping set them up. At this point, it's, you know, it's not like sleeping time for, you know, like a grown-up sleeping time, but you guys have had a long week.
Yeah.
And it is.
Yeah, Archibald's probably falling fucking asleep again.
Okay.
Octavia, after Merope leaves, she like lowers her eyes, like, sorry.
What? Huh? Oh.
Sorry, elbowed you.
Oh.
Have it.
Oh. No, don't worry. I'm used to that. Not from you necessarily. You know. It's...
I need to talk to Godfrey.
Godfrey is also
sort of like
kind
blinks
of
with the like, I was falling asleep again look, and it's like, yeah.
I'll be back. Okay.
Do you want someone with you, or no?
I feel like this isn't no, it's It's
It's
just a
not an
question.
it's not an intervention or something. No.
No,
Yeah.
no.
We'll not do that again.
Oh no, we're not gonna do that again.
I think we've learned at least one or two things.
Yeah, we have. I'll be back. I'll be back. Like Octavia's almost saying the last part like absent-mindedly, but she does mean she'll be back. She'll be back.
Mm-hmm.
Whether
Is
Archibald
Alika...
is sorry.
Sorry, is Alika still here?
Alika looks like she's sort of gathering her things. She sees everyone putting out beds, so she's like, "Oh, it's dark out. I'm old and tired. I'll go to bed too."
Yeah.
Old people
Octavia's
love
getting
going to
up
bed
to
at
go.
like 5 p.m.
The second that both of them are in the room, if Amalthea is still there, like if she's still on the end of the couch.
She is slid down now that Alec is off the couch and sort of shuffled off to her room. After briefly taking a journey to the kitchen to say goodnight to where Merope and now Godfried are. She goes back to her room and Amalthea takes her spot on the couch.
So it is not really Octavia's let me earshot, but as soon as
I'm guessing
Alika is out,
after Alika is out, Octavia goes to the kitchen to talk to Godfrey. But you can have this scene with Amalthea.
Oh,
That's
it's
fine.
not long. It's not long. The summary of the scene is the second that Alka leaves the room, it's like grabs the child around like the side of the head and pulls her in close and whispers into her ear.
Hi, Archibald.
Did you hear what she said?
What'd she
To
say?
Octavia? Do you hear what she called Octavia?
I don't know, some name.
Lorelei. Her sister's name.
Who's that? Do we know
Do you
her?
know what Octavia's mother's name was?
Amalthea thinking emoji.
I'll give you a guess.
Well, I'm not stupid. I see where you're going with this, but like, could be a different person, probably.
Yeah. Could. This is Godfrey's house we're talking about, though.
So?
House is apparently the center of the... Amalthea, this house is apparently just the center of the universe somehow. What is happening?
Archibald, I really don't mean to be mean here. This is coming from my heart. And she puts her hand over her heart. She says, I think you're a little bit crazy. Just a little bit. And that's okay. We like you. But like, you're a little crazy.
I mean, yeah. Look at me.
She looks at you, unimpressed.
She looks into the inverted color black and white eyes like
old hat for her now. Shouldn't have been flexing it so
no.
often. Now it's nothing.
It wasn't really a flex. It's never really been a flex. It's his fucking eyeball.
If it makes,
like
if it makes Archibald feel better,
Amalthea
definitely thought it was very cool the first few times.
It's like, yeah, he was never flexing. It's like, is it a flex to like take out your contact lenses? Like, it is
kind of.
eyeball.
That scares me. I used to work in an eyeglass store. It was terrifying every time. Like, don't touch that. Stop.
Okay. Well, that took a weird turn, I admit. But yeah.
Why don't you just ask her? Well,
That's
Octavia
I believe that's
Alika.
I think that's Octavia's business and maybe what she's doing now. I don't know.
Okay, but if she tells you, tell me too, because I'm a little nosy.
I know, kid. I'm crazy, you're nosy, and together we are...
the crazy noses.
Well, okay. Sure.
You've got a snout. That counts.
I do have... Yeah. Oh boy. That's the end. That's all that I had as material for this scene. You want to go to someone else?
Octavia, you're in the hallway navigating your way towards having a conversation with Gottfried. It seems that he's kind of been cornered in the kitchen, and you catch the very like tail end of not even a conversation, more of like a series of demands, on Merope's part, which ends sort of with something that sounds a lot like you owe me, so you're gonna start by doing the dishes. So she kind of like, hands on hips, turns around, self-satisfied look on her face. She sees you in the doorway, but she doesn't really seem to mind as she says, like, "Oh, excuse me." She pushes right past
sorry. Octavia like moves away to let her through, and then is also like looking at Gottfried,
dejectedly doing the dishes.
You wash, I'll dry.
Sorry, I just saw the post Chevy put in this. If she's your girlfriend, why is she playing with my mullet? Sorry, I have a big folder of memes on my computer that are like labeled to draw, and this one's just called Sigurd.png.
This is why it also applies to Yer. Gary
this one also.
This one also.
That's what he inherited from that side of the family. The mullet.
The mullet.
The mullet. Solid Snake also.
The mullet is dominant.
The mullet is the dominant gene from the
mullet
older
genes.
side of the family. Oh, I'm so sad. I should have given Alico a mullet. That would have been awesome. That would have ruled. Not too late. Someone get the scissors.
No!
Go, Grandma, go!
No!
But yes, Octavia is in. Ooh. Sorry, I just unscrewed part of my microphone.
Uh-oh.
Ruh-roh. Octavia, you are now in the kitchen with Gottfried. He is handing you wet plates.
And
Ends of his
Octavia's
sleeves
dry.
are also wet. He looks
Sorry,
uncomfortable.
what?
The ends of his sleeves are wet. He has not rolled up his sleeves to do the dishes.
Octavia's like, don't you want to take off your coat?
He's not wearing a coat. He's wearing like a sweater.
I mean, don't you want to roll up your sleeves?
No.
Okay. As they're doing it, Octavia's like doing it, and she's trying to find a way to say this. She's like, has your mother ever told you about a Lorelei before?
Never heard the name before in my life. Someone you know?
You could say that.
He gives you a side eye.
I was talking about it more with Gare and Archibald and a little bit with Valente, but Lorelei Nahir was my mother.
Oh. Well, that's a little weird.
Yeah. Is your mom's maiden name Nahir?
Definitely not.
Okay. Octavia, like, for a moment looks a little bit relieved, but then is also still confused. It's just...
Godfrey seems to, like, he's doing a slide puzzle in his head right now of information, and he's really bad at slide puzzles. But he finally reaches the conclusion, and then he stops washing a plate for a second, and he looks at you, and he says, "We are not related."
Okay, good to know. Now I'm just still confused, but good to know.
It was probably just a different person. A lot of people have the same name.
Not a lot of people have the same name in our dancers.
Well, a lot of people go to dances. Maybe it's more of that.
It would be more simple if it's that, but I feel like it isn't.
He just
Like, I know you're
scrubbing away.
Keep scrubbing away.
Disgruntled.
And Octavia keeps drying, and she's just like, well, look, I don't know what to do with this information. I just I just figured I'd ask just in case you knew something, but if you don't, you don't, and we don't need to go into the very murky territory of that because we're not related. We are not related.
Definitely not.
Definitely not.
Definitely not.
The most of them are confirmed, like, no.
Nope.
No.
Not related. Not siblings. Not anything.
Not siblings. No.
But Godfrey does, you know, kind of after a couple minutes of just like, you know, going through the not related, definitely not, sort of vibe. He just kind of like pauses for a second and then like really quietly, like begrudgingly almost, he says, I don't know an incredible amount about what her life was like before, but I'm nearly positive she doesn't have any siblings.
Okay. Maybe if I think, well, you know how sometimes it is when you're close to someone you're not related to, you just refer to them as like, oh, you're my brother, or oh, you're my sibling or sister, and
God,
maybe
he just kind of like blankly looks at you like, maybe that's how it is. I don't know. I'm not close to anyone.
Yeah, it's like,
I have no friends.
No friends. And Octavia's like, sometimes it's like that. Sometimes it's like that. I've heard people do that. Maybe, yeah. Since coming here, I feel like I'm learning more about my family than I thought I'd ever learn. And that's both nice and comforting and also really, really weird and terrifying.
Learning about your family's always weird and terrifying. That's pretty much universal.
Oh, yeah, but usually it's the normal amount.
Godfrey shrugs. Like, absolutely no benchmark here for normal.
Yeah.
I am just standing here.
Yeah. Octavia's like, fair enough, yeah. Well, probably will never know for sure, but well, it seems like whichever Lorelai that was, they had a good relationship, which is nice.
Yeah. Well, she's a social person, so, or she used to be, so she had a lot of friends. Or I assume she did.
But she didn't talk about them that much?
Never.
Oh.
Washing dishes.
Yeah, just washing dishes. Octavia doesn't know how to respond. She's kind of like also in her own thoughts. And is kind of like, well, maybe it's nice that she gets to remember that.
I certainly never, argue with it.
I mean, I feel like it wouldn't help if you did.
Definitely not. I don't want to confuse her. Merope mostly knows what's going on, so she's a big help in that way.
Yeah, it seems like they're pretty close. And things are going well. But, well, Octavia kind of thinks about what she heard coming in, the last bit of it. It's like, I think they got a good thing going. And you got a good thing going, too.
Yeah, well. Working with what I have here. And then he hands you another plate, forcefully this time.
Octavia takes it and is, like, a little bit more forcefully drying it. Like, hey, at least you have something.
That's fair. That is fair. He runs out of plates to wash and he just stands there for a second, like dripping into the sink. His like sleeves.
Octavia's like finishing up drying and like trying the best she can to like nicely put them away, but it has this slight feeling like I probably did this wrong and Moroku's gonna change it later.
As soon as you've wrapped up with the dishwashing, Gottfried immediately excuses himself, saying he's gonna go change his shirt again. And he'll be back whenever. He doesn't really give a time frame, but he disappears downstairs. Taking his lantern with him.
Good night, Gottfried.
You hear just kind of a muffled sound.
Yeah. Yeah, better. Well, at least there's a response. And then after that, Octavia takes a deep sigh and, like, kind of braces herself against the counter for, like, a hot minute. Before going back into the living room.
Get a roll D20.
Oh, okay.
Oh, fuck, Archibald's asleep. Alright.
Good night, sweet prince.
Archibald,
Archibald, you passed out on the couch. Your feet up on the sort of table. Now that it's been cleared of Aleka's stuff, head lolling on one of the extremely chewed pillows.
Yeah. Octavia,
There's
like,
more room on the couch, so.
Yeah. Octavia sees. She, like, warms her hands a little bit by the fire, then goes beside Archibald and, like, kind of rests in a similar way to him, but is kind of leaning to rest her head against his shoulder. And as she's humming a little bit, like, just under her breath.
Good night, sweet prince and princess.
Yeah.
Where's Valente?
I have no fucking idea.
Valente
hasn't done shit, man. He's
Does
like,
Valente want to do shit?
I think Val just wants to go to bed.
Alright, well, there's a
a
cot with his name on it in the sitting room, right behind the couch.
Wonderful.
So, climb on in, get cozy. Amalthea has spent the past 10 minutes or so carefully warming various blankets and pillows by the fire, and she's now assembled them into a preheated little nest on the floor.
Nice. Nice.
She's already asleep.
Good for her.
And Gare has fallen asleep. He set up a cot for himself, but he didn't use it. He's fallen asleep in the chair.
Thanks, Dad.
Not the chair Edwin was in. He pulled in a different chair from the other room as part of like, I'm moving this to put a cot in the way, and then he just sat in the chair and didn't. But he's asleep. Yeah, he's doing the dad after holiday meal pose.
No, I can literally picture it in my mind so vividly.
Good. He'd do a little snoring. He'd do a little snurfling. What's Edwin
My dad
up to?
last night. Literally, my dad last night, 10 minutes before the end of the Formula 1 thing.
Oh my god. Yeah, they do that though. Thanksgiving is coming up, guys.
Yeah. The hibernation.
The hibernation begins. But what's Edwin up to?
He's staying up. He's still writing stuff.
Okay. So is he still in his little chair by the bookshelf?
Yeah, he's still in his corner.
Okay. And is he going to bed halfway through the night, or is he staying up all night working? This is an important question.
Okay. Cause I was gonna have him do something, but the way that you say that makes me nervous.
Well, you're all going to sleep, and you know what happens during the quote-unquote second one.
Oh,
so
okay,
that's what
I
I'm
see.
asking.
I was gonna have him go borrow the ancient book of rituals.
It's in the convoy. It's
Yeah.
right outside.
Yeah. He can run and get it.
Okay. It's very thick and heavy and smells vaguely of blood. But not enough to actually, like, turn you away from the allure of reading it.
Yeah.
And as you open it, you didn't really get a good chance to open it before. I think Godfried was the one that took it out of the convoy very
Yeah, he
briefly to
did.
take a look, take a little peek, see what's in there. And he obviously did not do anything with it because he didn't come back with any wretched skills. But
Yeah.
as you look in the book, you can see that there's all sorts of strange diagrams and instructions. All of it's in arcane. Some of it's even in like ancient tongue. But it's like you see pictures of like people with like mutilated bodies and like crazy power doing like insane shit. So clearly this is an artifact of much import for those who want to gain power at a heavy price.
Yeah.
But yeah, if Edwin's just looking, is Edwin doing anything with this book of his?
I was gonna wretched draconic hex.
Okay, what is the
I think it's just become special type dragon, but I will
okay.
check.
You're just doing that right now?
Yeah.
Edwin's just gonna do this in Godfrey's living room, no warning. Okay. Well,
everyone else is asleep.
Okay, Edwin. You open up the book and you're reading. You're just perusing for now. There's no index. This isn't exactly like, world book.
Yeah.
So you're just reading and you come across a spell in arcane that's familiar. You learned it from a skill scroll just a short while ago. Or no, you learned it from who'd you learn it from?
Sarog.
You learned it from Sarog, excuse me. You learned it from
Yeah.
Sarog, but you recognize the description. And you're like, okay, well, I know how to do this. What does this book say? But the version the book says is way, way, way more powerful. The kind of thing that can bring giant creatures to their knees in a mere instant. And obviously you're a little knowledge boy. You're a little knowledge boy. So perhaps this would be of interest to someone like you. And things have been getting pretty intense lately. Foes are bound to get more powerful. So maybe you read a little further. And it says, surprisingly, out of all of them, this one seems to have the least amount of images of people being mutilated at the conclusion of the spell. Like, a lot of them, it's like, okay, image of someone performing, fantastical acts of magic, and then at the end, there's just, like, them on the ground exploded.
Yeah.
A little before and after for the illiterate. But this one, there's the picture of the powerful warrior, defeating a creature. And then at the end, it's that same powerful warrior, but now he has horns and wings and a tail. And he's sort of like on his knees with his head in his hands, his sword on the ground in front of him. So perhaps that's a little bit of a taste of what's to come. But the instructions to perform the ritual that gives you this power are right there in the book. It's a simple matter of saying the right words in the right order. Does Edwin do it?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. So you crack open the book to the right page, you lean it against the bookshelf, you take the proper stance. It shows you gotta stand a certain way, you gotta do the ritual right, you gotta respect the rules of the game. Thankfully it does not ask for any ingredients, specifically blood would be the one to look out for. This one really is just a little song and dance. And you say the words, you take the stance, and at first you don't really feel anything. Like, maybe you said it wrong. So you say it a second time.
Yeah.
And this time, you feel a little something different. You feel something in your chest. The magic energy in the air shifts a little bit, and you can tell that whatever this spell was designed to do has worked. So you can add wretched draconic hex to your skill list. You can upgrade the version. Can you read me back what that does, just so I know?
It is as a post-battle bonus action, lower all of the target's stats by 8 until the end of the next phase cycle.
All right, yeah. So you definitely feel like you can do that. Everyone's like, wow, cool. Everyone's stats by 8. That's a lot.
Yeah.
It's more of a nebulous feeling of I could probably, really destroy someone's morale and maybe a little bit of their strength with this sort of power.
Yeah.
But as soon as you're done, you feel a little weird. You feel a little ill, perhaps.
Yeah.
Your head hurts, your vision starts swimming, your back really starts to hurt. It's unpleasant. And you suddenly feel very, very cold.
Oh, well, that's not good. Is it like throwing up kind of ill, or like...
No, just like, it feels like you've gotten a very strong and very sudden onset of the chills.
Okay. Well, maybe it's time to just get a bunch of blankets and go to bed.
Okay. You gather the remaining blankets that aren't currently occupied from around the room. Unfortunately,
Yeah.
Amalthea took most of them, but
Yeah, that's fair.
she probably wouldn't notice if you took one off the top of the pile, but I'll leave that up to you.
Obviously, Edwin can't hear my advice, but maybe he can organically think of it as if he has heard my advice.
Yeah.
Sometimes having a
What?
Sometimes when you're nauseous, putting a heating pad or something hot on your stomach distracts from the sensation of feeling very sick. So if he wants to warm up a blanket and put it on his stomach, that might help.
You're definitely feeling a little nausea. Not like I'm about to have a hashtag Godfried moment, but you're definitely not feeling well.
I never actually felt like I was going to throw up, but I had 2 weeks where I was solidly nauseous from anxiety constantly, and the heating pad really did help.
Oh, that's good advice.
Yeah.
Actually. I'm gonna remember that for
That
when
is.
I So I'm usually just like chug ginger ale, pray to God.
Yeah.
Rub the stomach.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I said, I never thought I was actually going to throw up because it was just from anxiety, but it did at the very least make me feel a little less weird because my stomach was also focusing on the sensation of warm.
Get warmed, idiot.
Yeah.
Alright, so you gather up the warmed cloth scraps Amalthea has so kindly left behind for everyone else.
Yeah.
And then are you climbing into your chair? You getting on a cot? What's the situation?
If there's a cot, that would probably be preferable.
Yep. You find the cot closest to the fire. Gare's abandoned one. He doesn't seem like he's gonna be using it. And you climb on in, and despite the rather unsettling feeling growing in your chest, you manage to drift off to sleep.
Alright.
Alright. What? Craigie!
Shrieky, what the fuck?
That's such a hilarious thing to do without warning. I love it.
Don't worry.
I love the energy.
No,
It wasn't totally without warning. I feel like I did mention that I wanted to do that.
No, yeah, you
eventually.
super
you
did.
did
It was
mention.
just like a while
It
ago,
was just
so I
like-
totally
yeah.
forgot.
I was
And
like, it would
that's
be impolite to do it around Svarog. Be like, oh, I'm gonna do your thing, but cooler.
Hey, check this out. Explodes. Wow, humans are so fun.
No, I honest to God do think Svarog would be like, you became dragon to fuck up more? Cool.
Congrats.
Yeah.
I didn't know you could do that. I didn't know
Teaches
you could...
Svarog wretched draconic hex.
Somewhere in the back of Edwin's mind, Octavia is screaming.
Yeah.
In the back of Edwin's mind, psychically, there's probably a lot of people screaming if they
Yeah.
were aware of what was going on.
Yeah.
The fact that you did this like 5 feet away from Gare without his knowledge is like this. If he knew, that would be the scariest thing in the planet to him. Someone just did a ritual next to him.
Oh, no.
Shrikey just proving once again he's the biggest fucking Chad of the players.
Yeah, you
Man.
are.
Alright,
You
can I
are.
get
What
a
the fuck?
luck roll from everybody who's asleep?
Okie dokie.
I guess. Yeah.
Who's got the lowest roll?
16.
10.
9.
Mommy?
I rolled pretty good. Hold on, I forgot to pull my character sheet because in my head I was just like, yeah, we're just talking.
Just chat.
giggling.
Gets 2 hours.
I
Doesn't
think
make any
It's that kind of
16.
session.
16.
I think it's a
All
16.
right, Edwin.
Yeah, it's a 16.
Trikey, do you have any Edwin dreams for me?
God damn it! I'm so good.
God damn it! I went to just say.
Do you wanna-
Triceword.
do you
I
wanna-
want to just say Triceword now.
Squidward.
Triceword.
Trikey, do you have any Edwin dreams for someone to experience?
I do.
Okay.
you-
Who are we taking for a
Like-
ride?
Alright. Hold on. Hold on, I gotta find the right note.
You're welcome to like roll a d4 if you don't have a
Lining up
specific.
the sniper shot.
No,
on
I
the
have one for
NPCs.
Gare. Just like
Oh.
5 seconds. Can we have like a 5-minute break? Because I just got
Yeah,
dinner.
sure. Let me pee.
Yeah.
5-minute break.
Alright.
Okay.
Fucking rituals. Bruh. Anyway, I'm gonna go pee now.
Go piss, girl. Go piss, girl.
I will.
Hello to. I know Cheppy usually does this because he thinks that we're all gone, but I'm not because I just mute because I'm usually listening to music. But I can always hear him, and I think it's really funny. But he usually just this little like, "Hey people, hey future Sam or whatever watching the VOD." But here's me. Hi. I'm just some guy, you know.
So much happening.
Meow.
Hello.
Hi.
Oh, that's a snipping tool. Not
I am
Photoshop.
listening to Dream Girl Evil.
As you
I
should
need
be.
to. I need to do that
I
to
was listening to
process.
Wrong and Right by Circus P.
Nice.
Ooh, nice.
I've had Dream Girl Evil playing in my head this whole time, but because I can't play music while OBS is
Mhm.
running, just kind of have to watch it in my head.
Spotify in your head.
Both of you just assume I use Spotify even in my head.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I
this
downloaded
is
that
my
brain
media
file.
player in your head.
There's a YouTube playlist for this. Not Spotify. Not sponsored by Spotify.
You fool! There's an MP3 labeled 00001 in my head that I'm listening to. Just kidding. I did buy the Florence and Machine album. That's like the only
Nice.
artist I actually hit that purchase button on because
You support financially.
Yeah, I need to support that in Young Scrolls, but we don't talk about that.
Should I put dragon in the special type?
Yes! Yes, you should!
You are now a dragon! You are literally a dragon!
Oh my god!
You're a fucking dragon!
You just... I love how the other day you were like, Edwin would never choose to become a dragon.
Yeah, but see,
and then you're
he
just
doesn't know
like,
what he's
but
getting
what if
into."
I did it the other way?
Yeah, like, what if I did it anyway?
What if I did it, haha, anyway, against his will?
No, yeah, because see, he wouldn't take the Philosopher's Dragonstone, but he would do something stupid.
Edwin's like, smells like knowledge in here. Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh god. Oh god.
That is so funny. I literally can't wait for everyone to wake up. I like it. Before I was like, ooh, this dream sesh is gonna be spicy, and now I'm like, the post dream sesh is gonna be spicy.
Yeah, it's like,
No
oh,
one catches the break.
Edwin.
it is so spicy. It's just never gonna. The spice will never end on this.
Literally, you guys are like, what if we took a break? What if we all slept? And Edwin's like, what if I turned into some manner of creature? Well, everyone was
even a beast.
A beast or a creature.
Yeah.
No, I said dragon special type. Beasts get their own
Observe
type.
as I break down.
Good lord. Alright, we'll wait for Cheppy and then we'll go have Gare go to
Fuck you.
Oh. You muted this whole time?
What?
Sorry, I just poked a hole in Reginald's little body and now he has a little belly button.
Oh no.
Maybe
No,
fix
not like
what?
a hole in the fabric. Like, he's so soft that when I make a hole with my finger, it's like leaves an indent.
Oh.
Little belly button.
Yep.
Reginald. Alright. Okay. Gare is...
Gare.
Where is Gare?
Gare's
Gare's in a chair.
Gare.
Cat in the hat. Follow for more Seussical rhymes.
Gare is in a hallway. It's like a big hallway. It's not like a house hallway. It's like a big building hallway.
Okay.
There's
Just looking around.
there are like large pillars along the sides and like open windows and stuff. You know, like I don't want to say castle hallway, but like big building.
Perhaps like a school? Like a
Yeah,
university?
you can say that. There's other people around.
Okay. Gare's gonna like look around. Does he recognize anybody?
He does not recognize anybody.
Okay.
He's never seen these people in his life.
He's gonna attempt to nonchalantly put his hands in his pockets and sort of like drift off to one side of the hallway. Like, I don't want to be in the way.
There are like a couple of people who are like staring at him.
Once he notices that, he's gonna freeze a little bit like a deer in the headlights. Are they good staring or bad staring?
They're just kind of like, huh, why are you standing there? And one of them, these are all like teenagers.
Mm-hmm.
These are, and one of them says, hey, we need to go.
Oh. Where are we going?
Well, to class.
Oh, yeah. Don't want to be late to class. Which class is it?
This guy just like looks at Gare like he must be like very confused and is like, come on, let's just go.
All right. Yep. Sounds like a plan. You lead the way.
Yeah.
Also, if you can hear my sister yelling in the background, I apologize. She's home from college.
As you or rather as Gare continues down the hallway with them, I assume.
Yep, he's literally just following them along.
Yeah, there are some like creepy guys standing to the side in this hallway.
Creepy guys.
Sorry. There's some guys people of indeterminate gender technically because they are wearing long dark robes as you do.
Normal.
Yeah.
it's a dark mage sort of.
Yeah.
He would be able to maybe perhaps like draw a little red on his little mental corkboard. All this is dark mage outfit.
Yeah.
These dudes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's gonna put the teens between him and the dark mages. not like in a like obviously not in an obvious way, more like in a unconscious way, like
yeah,
my body is telling me to not be near you right now.
Yeah. The guy who was talking to you, he kind of sees Gare moving away from the dark robe people, and he says, hey, just ignore them. It's fine.
It's a little difficult to do so. Who are these guys?
This teen guy he sort of gestures to Gare like, just keep following, like maybe I won't tell you that like right in front of them.
Mm-hmm.
I assume Gare would continue following them.
Oh yeah, no, for sure. Whatever takes him away from these dudes.
This guy, and the other people the other teens, you continue down the hallway with them, and after you're far enough away from these dark robe guys to assumedly not be heard, he sort of turns back to Gare and he says, hold on. He says, some of the older sages here are just a little bit weird. They usually kind of keep to themselves, and they've got weird projects out in the desert, but they don't really pay attention to us, so just don't worry about it.
I can live with that. Yeah. I won't bother them, they won't bother me. Seems like a fair trade.
Yeah. And this teen seems to very much appreciate how straightforward Gare is about this. And he says, and if they ask you about working on their projects, don't go with them, okay?
Oh, hell no, I won't go with them. Are you kidding me? I'm not an idiot. Oh,
yeah.
Well, I'm a little bit of an idiot, but not about these sorts of things.
He laughs, but he seems very reassured by this, and he says, well, let's just get going. Just stick with us. We won't let anything happen to you.
Yeah,
and the other
sure.
the other teens who are paying attention, the ones of them that are paying attention, two of them appear to be like fighting with each other.
Ooh.
As you do.
Can Gare perceive the drama?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. I gotta pull up his sheet. I didn't have any NPC sheets open whatsoever. How do you spell Gare? It's 5 letters. Okay, hold on. Man, Gare, way to get an 8 when you have a proficiency in perception. He's too busy looking at the robed guys.
He said it is mostly friendly bickering. He cannot tell what they are bickering about.
Gotcha. Okay, so it doesn't seem like these teens are like, you bet to get him into trouble.
The teens are fighting.
The teens are fighting. Gare's afraid of teens.
But yeah, they seem to react warmly to Gare not having any interest in those weird guys.
That's good. Gare visibly relaxes as he realizes that he is, even if he doesn't know these little guys, like, they've got good heads on their shoulders. They seem to have his best interests in mind.
Yeah. Well, as this group of teens and Gare goes back to, I assume, walking to their class, the dream sort of fades away and Gare wakes up.
Alright. Gare wakes up with a snort in his chair, like someone who just woke themselves up by snoring too loud. He takes a brief look around. He looks to where Edwin was sitting before, like kind of expecting him to still be reading. But obviously Edwin's not there, so he then looks over to the cot, like, oh, maybe I should go climb. Oh, Edwin's in my fucking cot. I'll just stay here. He just folds his arms and like settles deeper in the chair, like, it's fine, kids these days.
Yeah.
Unaware.
Yeah.
That's on him for sleeping in the chair.
Oh,
Yeah.
What?
Sorry, I was holding my phone right next to the mic and scrolling through something for our project, and it started autoplaying a video 2 inches from the mic. I was like,
Sheppy gets my Twitch taken down due to his careless blunder.
It's
kidding.
true. Why is it? I just turned off. It's muted. How is it playing?
You just
Volume,
need to put the phone
Die.
down.
phone volume,
Anyway,
and
we're good.
music volume are 2 different controls on phones. You should know this.
Shut up. I
All
know.
Now it's my turn. Can I get a luck roll from everyone who's currently asleep?
Okie dokie.
Tell me who's
Oh, not good.
lowest. Oh, no.
Not good.
Not good. All around, not good.
Who? Which of us goes first? I can't wait. It's gonna.
I can say mine first.
Okay.
5.
Okay.
Motherfucker!
Oh.
I got a 1.
Five.
Holy shit.
You also got a 5.
Well, Trikey got a 1. Valente, what does Valente
You
get?
fucking 1. Trikey, you got a 1 again.
What does Valente get?
In conclusion, Trikey once again rolls in that one. Randy,
I
once
rolled
again.
a 2. He just has a -1.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
It does. But the
Hey
point
guys,
is,
hey
you.
guys.
Yeah.
Hey.
Yeah.
Rolled a 0?
Everyone just did the single most
Holy
stereotypical
cow.
dice roll of the campaign that they could.
Whoa.
Yeah.
That was intense.
Me and Rand get the
Trikey
same
rolls
roll.
low, and then
Get the
Val
same
just.
roll.
And then
Trikey
Val
rolls.
randomly gets like just like undercuts for no reason.
No, listen, Val also rolled a 2. He just has a -2 in luck.
That's so funny.
It's perfect.
All right, grabs Valente by the ankles. You're going in the narrative. Let me take a sip of water first.
Yippee!
Oh, I'm choking.
Go Val. I was genuinely like, are you shitting me? I just want to eat.
Go, Val, go.
Edwin probably shouldn't
When
be
you
having
said
weird
you rolled a
dreams right
1,
now.
I
He's
was
about to have a
honestly
weird
like,
waking hour.
when you said you rolled a 1, I was like, oh no, poor Edwin. And then I rolled and I was like, never mind, I've saved
Never
him.
mind.
Okay,
Thank you, Val. My
Valente.
spaghetti.
Valente,
Hmm.
you awaken at a table, a wooden table. You're sitting down. There's something clutched in your right hand, and you can see that it's a dimly lit room. You are not surrounded by candles. There's a couple lit candles that have clearly been burning for quite a while on the table. There's like wax all over the table. There aren't plates underneath any of them, so it's just hot wax directly on wood. And there's a big oil lamp too that's starting to burn down.
What's in my hand?
You look down and there is a glass of something liquid.
What color is it?
It's sort of a invisible liquid. Not invisible, clear.
Like-
I should say clear.
There you go. Val is going to smell it.
Ooh, that's alcohol.
Great. Good to know. Does Val recognize the table or what's going on here?
Would you like to make some sort of check? You want to perceive?
Yeah, I'll make
the
a-
world around you.
I can perceive. I can definitely perceive. Oh, Valente. That's an 18.
18. Wow. You look at the table and you look at the room around you. You're in some sort of like dining room area. And at first you don't recognize it. You've never been in this room in your life. There's a little bit of clutter everywhere. That's the first thing you notice. But then your brain starts doing a little bit of like layout math. it starts to like remember the places you've been, and you realize that it's kind of like Lothair's dining room, except the door seems to be on the other side.
Other side. Yep. Okay. Wonderful. Oh my god, I know who to stream this is. Okay.
You're going in the narrative.
He's so in the narrative right now. So am I correct to assume that the clear alcohol in Val's hand is vodka?
Yes.
Wonderful. Val drinks it like a shot.
All right. It burns on its way down. It's not great quality, but it sure does make alcohol happen in you. I'm
Sam,
can you tell I've never
Sam,
drank alcohol before?
Sam, I want you
vodka.
I want you to look me in the eye metaphorically here,
All right.
because
I'm looking
we're
at you.
obviously very far away from each other.
I'm looking at you. I know Val
Val
doesn't get drunk.
No, that's not what I was gonna say. Val's had moonshine before.
Oh, go off.
This is nothing.
Yeah. So for you, it's just a refreshing beverage.
Yeah, literally.
You drink your beverage, and that's when you notice that there's something behind the oil lamp on the table, and that's a half-finished bottle of vodka, and a cork unscrewing little thing behind it. Still has a cork in it.
Lovely. So I'm assuming it's quite late at night.
You look towards the window at the back of the room, and it is completely dark.
Wonderful. Hold on, I have to see if Val's smart enough to know whose stream this is. I'm assuming so, but we'll see. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so Val's like, I'm probably Aleka right now. Aleka. I don't know why I always pronounce it with the wrong...
It's okay. It's alright.
Whatever, Aleka. And so he's like... Should I just, like, it's a dream. I can get sloshed if I want, but, like, also... Why would... Something's gonna happen, because nothing never happens to these streams. Unless I do something wildly out of character, and then nothing happens. But then he's like, whatever, and he grabs the bottle and pours himself another glass.
As you're pouring yourself another glass, and there's a couple more glasses in the bottle. It's a pretty nice size. It's meant for clearly like a party, but you are drinking alone. And as you're pouring yourself another glass, you know, settling in for a nice night of, Val assumes, the horrors.
Yeah, exactly.
You hear someone shuffling around outside the room. Not entirely sure who, but clearly somebody's on the move. You hear the creak of perhaps a step.
No, Val will put the glass down and go inspect that.
Okay. You walk out into the hall and it's completely dark. But you can tell that there's somebody on the stairs because you see the faint light of a candle, sort of like hovering in the darkness. It's not casting much light at all. What was that?
No, I said, Can Val's going to Cripply? Really, Dwyer? Quickly, grab the oil lamp that he has access to, and go back to see who it is.
You go back, you grab the lamp, you return to the stairs, and whoever was sneaking their way down the stairs has made it to the bottom at this point and is sort of hovering around by the landing as if unsure, or not unsure, sure that there was someone down here, but unsure of their location until now. But now that you've stumbled upon them, it's obvious that their presence is, in fact, here. It is, well, you recognize, crazy blue hair, but much shorter than you perhaps are used to. Definitely Godfried.
Mhm.
Probably sub 15 years old. Wearing, like, sort of, I'm not gonna say, like, ratty, but definitely, like, unkempt sleeping clothes.
Mm-hmm.
He just kind of
What you up
stares
to?
at you.
What's up, kiddo?
Uh, he's got, like, a very kind of, like, empty-ish look in his eyes. A bit like, when you have a fever and it takes you a while to, like, focus in on something. So he just
Mhm.
kind of stares at you for a minute. And then he raises his candle and he says, "Fine in the bathroom."
Well, next time, maybe light your candle a little better because you're gonna run into something with how dark that is. But are you sure? Because you seem a little out of it.
He just stares at you a little bit more. Um, and then, as if, like, to just quickly get off the topic of whatever he was about to go do, he asks what you're doing. Because it's late.
And sometimes when you've had a job like mine, um, falling asleep can be a little tricky. So, vodka helps you pass out hard and fast.
He looks at you with, like, a expression of, like, very deep sadness. Like, not something you'd expect to see on the face of a little kid. Or not even a little kid, an older kid, but still a kid. And he just kind of stands there, protecting his candle for a second. And he leans against the wall now, like, almost as if he's, like, having a little bit of trouble keeping himself upright, but he doesn't really want you to know that. Um, he's
Mhm.
making it look smooth. No, he's not. He's trying. But he nods slowly, and he says, "Can I have a snack?"
Yeah, why not?
He shrugs. Said not to leave my room.
Val means why not, and like, yeah, come follow me. Like, we're going to the kitchen now. Come on.
He seems a little bit on guard in the fact that you're being so welcoming, but he does follow you to the kitchen, and he takes a seat on the other side of all the candles.
Hold on, my mom's asking me what I want for dinner.
Spaghetti! It's okay. Take your time. He's just sitting there.
Yeah.
He adds his little candle to the pile.
Nice. Is there, like, bread? Can I give the child a slice of bread?
Probably. You want to go in the kitchen and acquire bread?
Yeah.
As you go to the kitchen, you do see that there is kind of a pile of random foods on the counter. The cupboards are empty. The icebox is empty. There is, like, some bread, some uncooked rice, like maybe a fruit or two on the counter. And they're sort of, like, in a bag that's been opened, so it's clearly like, oh, these were just brought over from where, you don't know.
Cool. Vala's gonna put the perishables in places where they will no longer be perishable as much. And then he'll get some bread and come bring it to Godfried.
All right. Godfried's clearly moved around since you were, preparing the food, getting everything. He's sitting in a different chair now. He has moved his candle accordingly. But he takes a piece of bread and he kind of just rips it apart a little bit. He doesn't eat any of it to start with. He just, like, shreds it, and then he starts very slowly picking away at it. Expression that says that he's not actually hungry,
Mm-hmm. Val will sit where she was sitting before, and kind of let him eat for like a little bit, and then she'll say, "You want to tell me why you really can't sleep?"
He rubs at one of his eyes with his sleeve, and it's a little bit obvious now that maybe he was crying or he will be crying. So crying was considered at some point in the game.
Mm-hmm.
And he just he shoves another piece of bread into his mouth. Make a perception check.
Wonderful. I drop my dice. Nat 20.
Nat 20. You feel something, like a physical sensation, and at first you're not entirely sure what it is. You think maybe it's just like the house settling for a second, and then you think, oh, maybe there's a storm, it was lightning, a little bit of thunder, and then you realize that something shook the floor beneath you, from beneath you. Godfrey continues eating his bread without looking up.
Okay. Cool. I guess. I don't know to that. Val's brow will furrow a little bit, but he won't do anything unless it gets more worrying. And then goes, "I'm not gonna make you talk, because that's the fastest way to get someone to shut up, honestly. But if you do want to talk about it, sometimes it helps, and I'm happy to listen. And if you don't want to, that's fine. But I'll be right here."
Godfried stops eating his bread and he looks up at you in almost like an accusatory manner. And he finishes the bite he was eating and he puts the rest of it down, this like little pile of bread shreds that he's created. And he says, "I'm not the one who's not talking."
Val sighs and says, "I'm assuming that's directed at me."
Who else would it be directed to? And his eyes are all shiny again.
And Val sighs again and goes, "I wish I could tell you, but I don't know what to say."
Godfrey looks like he really, really wants to say something to you. Maybe something nasty even. But he doesn't. He just bread, mouth, chew, swallow. Look angry.
Sorry.
After a couple minutes, he finishes his bread, so he's got nothing more to distract himself with. So instead, he takes one of the candles and he doesn't start playing with the fire, but he starts playing with the warm wax.
Do that so much. Do that so much.
He plays with the warm wax. He's like pushing it into the grooves on the table in a way that is definitely going to damage the table. But after a few minutes of silence, he's just like, "Why are you doing that to her?"
Val's eyes are going to widen, and he's going to say, "Well, shit. Hmm. I'm not sure how to tell you."
Tell me what?
What did you say?
He says, "Tell me what."
The response to your question.
He just kind of wrinkles up his face as if you've told him to eat a lemon instead. And he pushes the candle away. And he says, "I'm gonna go back to bed now."
Okay. You're allowed to be angry with me.
Good, because I am.
I know. I'm just saying I'm not upset with you for it, and if you want to yell at me, you have a right to.
He really looks like he wants to, but he's not going to. He's just gonna grab his candle. He grabs it so quickly that the light kind of peters out for a second, but he, gets up and he shuffles his way out of the door, leaning on the wall as he goes.
Can I see what's going on in the basement?
Sure. He's not out of the hallway yet. He's still in there.
Yeah, but Val doesn't know what she isn't telling him, and it's making her feel bad.
Alright, so you're following him out.
I guess, yeah.
You follow him out, and it's immediately obvious to him that you're following him. Like, he looks like he was trying to be a little sneaky, but he's not anymore. So he kind of just, like, sighs to himself, and with the expression of, like, a kid that's never really, gone against their parents, about to rebel for the first time, he puts down his candle, and he walks over to, like, the living space area, and he rifles through a drawer for a minute, and when he turns around, he's holding a very large knife.
Val looks at the knife and says, I don't recommend coming at me with that, because I know a lot more about hand-to-hand combat than you do.
Godfried laughs a little bit, and it's like really watery. It's kind of clear that he's actively crying now, like for real. Before he was a little bit crying, now he's actively crying. And he says, "It's not for you. If you're not gonna
Is it
do
for
it, I
her?
will."
Okay. Then I'll come with you.
He sniffles a little bit, but shuffles off towards the stairs. But he doesn't go up the stairs. He actually takes another left down the hallway, towards what looks like a basement door.
Yeah, Val will follow.
He stands in front of the basement door. He's got his hand on the doorknob, and he looks at you again, and he says, "You're really gonna let me do this?"
Val sighs and says, no, I'm going to do it, but...
"Then you need this."
It's...
And he hands you the knife.
Yeah, I know. Val takes it and goes... she takes a deep breath and her eyes start watering. And she goes, it's just not easy. You know?
I know.
You have a lot of kindness in you, and that's why you want to do this, but I'm a little bit more selfish. And I don't want to have to say that I killed my daughter. But let's do this.
He nods and he says, "It has to be done."
Yeah.
He gets behind you, though. He doesn't open the door.
Val will open the door.
There's blackness from the great beyond. You cannot see into the basement.
Val... Okay. Val will grab Godfried's candle and say, sorry, I need to be able to see the stairs.
He gladly gives it over, even though it's basically non-functional.
It helps, and Val would feel weird being like, "Oh, could you go grab the oil lamp? I need to make sure that I can see your sister when I kill her." You know, like he doesn't know what to say right now. It's really fucked up. So,
all right.
yeah.
Can Val make a defense check with a -5? Because Val is not currently wearing any armor.
Yeah, she can. I've.
Oh, fuck. Okay.
Did Diana roll well?
We'll see.
That's another nat 20. I
Nat
swear
20?
to God.
That's a crit. All right. Oh wait, for defense no, that's not how it works for defense.
Yeah, no.
You just have high defense.
No, wait.
You take a step down into the basement, and you immediately hear like the soundscape of low growls, but you cannot see what is in this basement. You've seen Lethair's basement, even if you haven't been down there yourself. You've seen like the entrance to it. It's kind of like a
Val's had
yawning
a dream.
cavern.
I think in Lethair's basement.
Yeah. So it's kind of like a yawning cavern. You could definitely fit some manner of creature down here. So Val takes a couple steps down the stone, and then out of the darkness, she can't even raise a hand. She doesn't really have a weapon aside from this dinky little, it looks like an arena knife, like one of the mass-produced ones used more for show than anything. But something slams into your left side with like the force of a warhorse kicking you, and you immediately feel like the entire bottom left half of your body just crumple like a paper bag.
Fun. Festive. Would
you like to attack back?
Yeah, I guess. This is a knife?
Yeah, we've got a dagger. Let's say it does 1d8. Cool.
You cut out.
It's a dagger, so let's say it does 1d8. Make a skill check as you would normally in combat.
Yeah. No, I was just... If it's a dagger, that means it's a red weapon, and I think... And Val uses lances, so she doesn't get the +2. That's essentially why I was asking. Valente! 6.
You swing out with your dagger, and it connects with soft, squishy flesh. Kind of like, when a snake is very young, and it doesn't quite have its grown-up scales yet. So, whatever it is,
I've had a baby snake, but that's not how that works.
Well, let's say one of those big fantasy snakes that has giant...
Dwyer and Sam currently doing that bit from Lord of the Rings where, like, Christopher Lee knew the exact sound a man stabbed in the back makes, and I'm just like, what the fuck?
I mean, baby snakes.
Anyway.
Listen,
but
my little sister has killed multiple snakes by having them as pets and
anyway, Sam, you should defer to the master here. Anyway.
I know.
Well, let's
baby
just say
snakes have
soft, squishy reptile. Like, it's got scales, but, like, they're
I get what you mean.
Fleshy.
Like, it's...
So whatever it is, you punch clean through it, and you feel, like, the soft wetness of blood and maybe a little bit of spit on your hand. And whatever it is that mashed into you, it collapses, and you drop your candle to the ground. And that's when you wake up.
I think Val's crying.
Oh, this is a bad time for that. This is a bad time for that.
It's not. Val doesn't sob, but he is visibly crying. And he knows what he wants to do, but he thinks it will just make Godfried upset with him. So he just kind of sits on the cot and puts his head in his hands.
Until morning?
Yeah, basically.
Well, then you have the privilege of being awake when Edwin has a #boy moment.
What a thing to call it.
That's man. Wow.
Hashtag boy moment, huh?
Going
That's
from
not
one
what men
#boy
do.
moment to another #boy moment. Let's go.
Boy moments tend to be a lot simpler than that, but go off, I guess.
Debbie, you didn't see the beasts during your puberty? Sorry. Anyways, Edwin, actually,
I almost just went into real details about myself, but I will not.
Fair.
Valente, as you're sitting there with your head in your hands, can you make a perception check actually for me?
Yeah. 2.
2? Alright, you don't notice shit. Never mind.
You are
Valente,
saved from the horrors.
Well, rolling a 2 there really just proved that the 2 nat 20s I got in the last 30 minutes were absolutely true, because if I was gonna lie about those, then why the fuck would I say, oh, here's Edwin about to have a really important story moment? Yeah, I don't see shit.
Valente's like, I do not see it. Anyone else who would like to wake up, if you'd like to make perception checks? Gare will not be making one, because Gare is fucking Gare. I'm not gonna have Amalthea make one either. Godfried and Millicent are not present, and Merope left a while ago. I forgot to say she left. She went home.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, good.
just hanging
I
out in
did
the
feel a
corner.
little bit bad about giving her a heart attack.
Oh gosh.
Good lord,
I
what
think-
is that?
What the fuck is that in the house?
What the fuck is that?
I guess I will have just Octavia roll just for funsies. She feels like she actually sleep decently through the night. Let's see. Until the horrors. That's a 12.
12?
Yeah.
You're asleep. You don't notice anything.
Great. No, she's still asleep. She's kind of like curled in closer to Archibald because surprising heat source in the night.
Mhm.
So she's still asleep.
Warm. It's weird.
He has
Lizard's
barely
cold
moved
blooded?
in several hours.
Is Archibald making a check?
Shit.
Do you perceive?
Well, okay.
Do you want to be present for the horrors?
Here's what we refer to in the business as a 4.
You're extra asleep. You're in
No.
like dragon sleep mode. You're like, oh yeah, I could settle into this couch for a month or 7. Please don't.
Archibald
Wilson will
does
not
that
be happy
thing
The
with
next
where, like,
decade.
Archibald
no.
does that thing where, like, if you're, like, sitting somewhere, you start nodding off and just slowly lean more towards Octavia.
become one with the couch and also Octavia. Alright, so none of you notice anything happen.
Nope.
Christ.
Edwin, can you make a perception check for me?
Oh
Yeah.
my god.
Ooh.
Hey Edwin, are you able to perceive the fact that your body is growing new limbs? Because it might hurt a little.
12.
Alright,
12
Edwin, your dreams get a little bumpy. You feel
Yeah.
like you're kind of like being shaken back and forth. Like you go into a dream and you wake up and you feel kind of you still don't feel great. You go back and you're over and over and over for like the entire night. You're waking up maybe every hour.
Damn.
Not like awake. You're not sitting up, but you're like aware
Yeah.
that you are less dreaming than you could be until
Yeah.
it's morning and you wake up and you feel achy just all over,
Cool.
feeling unwell.
Yeah.
I was about to say, does it feel like when you are having a growth spurt, but Edwin wouldn't know what that's like?
Hey, wait. I'm 5'1" and I still had growing pains.
Yeah,
so like
you still have
Yeah.
growth spurts.
you still
I'm
get larger.
I'm 5'3", but I never had growing pains.
I'm so jealous.
I had
don't know
growing
why
pains,
I
and I'm
did.
5'6". I had growing pains.
I'm like 6'1". I
Edwin
had them
height.
very rarely when I was a child.
How?
Very,
Yeah.
very
They
rarely.
stretched you, bro. How'd you not feel that?
I wouldn't describe it as a pain. I would describe it as Like
I
a
would
couple times, I was
literally
like, "Whoa,
spend
little
like
Lord."
classes just hitting my thighs
Yup.
because they hurt.
Yep.
Yeah.
My shins. It was
Yeah.
my shins.
So what the fuck happened with the genetics rolls for you two? Like, what the fuck?
Maybe it's like
'Cause
an
I-
AFAB thing. Like maybe
Yeah,
it's like
Yeah,
the
I know
bones
the
are
feeling
moving
as
in
well,
places.
Yeah, the
unfortunately.
achy joints.
Ooh.
I have a friend who was AMAB who struggled with growing pains, and I was like, wow, that sucks. Could not be
Oh,
me.
damn.
I
Anyway,
like-
Not be me.
I had them like I had them in like early middle school a couple times, like 3 maybe 4 times in my life I recall. The rest were like it didn't even I don't know.
all right. Before we
Did Edwin
before
have
we,
growing pains?
Yeah, Edwin.
Did they feel like growing pains
Yeah,
was the bit I was...
Edwin,
Yeah.
Edwin, you wake up a couple times and you do notice that your arms and legs sort of hurt, and also like some unidentifiable part of your body you can't quite name in your dreamlike state also hurts quite a bit. But you're like,
Damn.
whatever. Morning problem for morning, Edwin.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
then suddenly
Um,
it is morning, and you wake
Is it
up
like
and you are face down on your cot.
okay? Is it like light in here?
Well, your face is in your cot, so
Ah,
it's dark.
can I take my face out of the cot?
Yes. The first thing you see is yes, it is light out here. It's maybe 7 a.m. You slept. I'm not gonna say late, but like late for a bunch
Yeah.
of people who've been wandering around for weeks, months, even.
Yeah.
So everyone else is still kind of asleep. Archibald and Octavia are basically spooning on the couch.
Good for them.
Valente is sitting on her cot with her hands in her face in her
Her head in
hands.
her
I was like,
hands?
where are her hands?
They're her hands in her armpit.
Her hands
I
in
don't
her
know,
armpits.
girl.
Yeah, Valente looks
Yeah.
not great. Gare is mouth open, catching flies. Amalthea is a pom-pom
Oh my
on the
God.
floor in the midst of a bunch of futons.
Nice.
As
Remember
usual.
the first time when we were all like on cots and whatever set up?
Yeah.
Wasn't that orderly and everything?
Now we're too used to it, but this is our friend's house.
Yeah, before impressions kind of had to be made.
Mhm.
Now he's just like, well, whatever the fuck.
Also,
Yeah.
Snuggles? For real? Anyway.
Maybe snuggling a little bit. Who knows?
Who knows?
Yeah.
But Edwin, you wake up and your head is heavy.
Did the blankets keep like make him less cold? Because he was cold before.
No, you're
I seem
freezing. You're quite cold.
to. Oh.
Hold on, sorry, I'm scrolling. I have a visual to go off of here. Scroll through 5,000 Invincible Zine posts. Hold on. Ah! Alright, there we go.
Fun.
Okay.
Cool.
Yeah.
Ominous. Can he just like curl up in the blankets further? It's cold.
Sure. Yeah, you curl up in the blankets. It is warm under the blankets.
Thank God.
So what's everyone else up to?
I guess apparently spooning.
Apparently spooning.
Not
Yeah.
like actively like, you know.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, not like that. But you know, it's warm. It's cold. Each other is warm. Penguin,
Yeah.
Penguin mode.
Yeah, huddle.
Well, no one rolled to wake up, did they?
Yeah, does
No
anyone
one-
want to actually wake up before Gare snorts himself awake?
Oh boy. See, the thing is, I would have Octavia roll to wake up, but I feel like it's just gonna be better if she wakes up to someone else while in this position. So.
Alright. Amalthea pokes her head out of her little nest. With a groggy sort of she makes eye contact with the firewood. The fire is long gone out by now. Which is probably why the room is so cold. And she kind of slunches her way out of the nest towards the firewood. And she is not quiet about this. You hear like a scramble of teen limbs against hardwood floor. And then the sound of more wood against hardwood floor as she knocks over Godfrey's already very precarious pile of logs.
Mhm.
She's making quite the ruckus. Would this wake anyone else up? Or activate anyone who's already awake?
Yeah, Val takes
Roll
his
the
head out of his
7.
hands and is like, "Kiddo,
It's
okay,
cold.
okay, then I'll handle it. Stop knocking things over."
Fire.
I rolled a 7 for perception.
Yeah, you're still asleep, King. Good night.
Let me see.
Nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing. Dragons are
Yeah,
built to sleep
that's
through the end of the
That's
world.
a 12. I
12?
rolled a
12? You very groggily, you're still kind of in your dreamland, but you're like aware that you're dreaming. You could probably pull yourself out if you wanted to.
I think with the noises and the sounds, Octavia does like pull through. She's like, what?
You wake up, mostly encompassed by an Archibald.
Huh? Octavia, I think from far away, if Valente and Amalthea do not see the position, you hear Octavia go, what is it? Huh?
Valente is too busy building a tower of logs for proper fire.
Yeah, Octavia is kind of like, I don't know if she can necessarily turn her head. She's kind of like frozen, like, at a certain point, and then like her face is turning a little bit pink. It's like,
After enough of this sort of phone vibrating noise from Octavia's mouth, Gare is going to wake up. And like with a loud snort.
I rolled a 14 for that one.
Yeah, you wake up.
Okay, just sort of eyes sort of blink open a little bit, smacks lips once, immediately looks just like down at where he is, eyes wide, and just sort of, he like stands up on the couch, just like, and takes like a clumsy step forward onto the ground, like,
Octavian like sits up. Is kind of looking at him. Good morning.
Hi.
Hi.
Anyway. Oh boy.
Oh my god. Anyway.
Anyway. Like, I think basically whatever Archibald says, Octavian just like mimics it. Anyway.
Yeah. I know, right?
Octavian then turns. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I guess I fell asleep on the couch. Huh.
And Octavia's not mentioning that she also fell asleep on the couch specifically next to him. It's like,
I think he knows. He woke up, like, on top of her.
Yeah. Octavia's like, you already know this. I don't need to say it.
Gare's just...
You don't need to say this.
Gare's just watching you. Gare's just watching
Oh,
you.
God.
Like, he
Oh,
wipes
no.
his nose with his, like, finger. Like, just absolutely disgusting old man behavior from this guy.
Just, like, looking...
Just watching you guys, like, what are they doing over there?
Archibald, like, follows Octavia's eyes and looks over and sees Gare staring back at both of them, like,
You
good
kids
morning.
having fun?
Sleeping. Just sleeping.
Yeah.
Woke up. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah? Alright.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna go help with the fire. Bye.
Alright,
And
yeah,
it's like-
warm this place up.
I'm going to figure out something to do. Anything. Where's Edwin?
In his cot nest.
Yeah.
Under the blanket.
Mm-hmm.
Probably.
This is just in the room? Where is this?
Still in the room. This is all happening.
Yeah, I
So,
was gonna say
Edwin
probably like Edwin doesn't really. I doubt Edwin sleeps with his like prosthetic arm on.
I
So it's probably just
wouldn't
sitting there
recommend
next-
it.
Well, also, Sam, rolling a perception 18, just looking around for something, anything to do. What do I see around the room, Samantha?
You see Edwin underneath the blankets.
Do I see him?
Yeah, you see Edwin. You see the form of a guy underneath some blankets. He's not poking out anywhere. You see what you presume to be an Edwin underneath blankets.
Okay. Is
Either
he
that-
bigger than normal?
He's lumpy. But that might be the blanket.
Excuse me while I pull out. It's been a while. I'm pulling out the good old D100 for that one.
I was gonna say if you want a visual cue, he would probably be like sticking his arm out, trying to find his arm.
Are we calling high? Someone call out high or low for suspicion?
High. Always high.
High.
Yeah.
I don't. It's what?
It's 1.
An 80?
Oh.
He's like.
It's a little suspicious.
What? Okay.
You see
Well,
Edwin's
okay.
hand,
Find
and
something-
Edwin's hand looks a little funny, maybe, but it might be the low light.
Archibald's face goes from like an embarrassed pink red to a like gray white sort of. It's just very fast, just like staring blankly.
What other
like a-
colors can you make him?
To oh. With that, he's not gonna say anything. He's just gonna slowly walk over and just look under the. What is it? Like a nest, whatever. Just like,
It's just blankets.
It's just a blanket.
Yeah,
Malty
just
had
look-
the nest.
Yeah.
look under one of the blankets. The person sitting under there. Person in quotes.
Yeah.
Well, it's definitely Edwin. You'd know that little guy anywhere, but
Yeah.
he is so feathery for reasons that are
Oh
not
my God.
immediately known to you.
Do-
He's got big
Do
feathery
I
ears.
know what another mannequin looks like?
How often do you hang around wind dragons? Ever?
Is that
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lars?
How is
Is that
Lars? Lars is a wind dragon.
Lars is a wind dragon, yes. But Lars is a wind dragon with like
I've got to
several
imagine.
thousand years of control.
Yeah, I've got to
Yeah.
imagine, right? I know what it looks like for Archibald to be like scaly, and I would know the two things I would know here is what Archibald's like vibes are like when he's like not exactly full dragon, full person, whatever.
Yeah, this
And
it's
he would also know-
giving underexperienced mannequin.
This
He's
is
got
it's
his first
like
dragon
this is
dragon
like
sort of
me as a
vibe.
That's
child,
what it's
but it's
giving.
feathers. That's one of the wind ones.
He's definitely got wings and little tiny like nubbin horns, like on his hairline.
Archibald puts the
Edwin,
t-shirt
Edwin,
down.
like, what? Why did you pull the blankets off of me?
And Edwin, I'd like to say at this
Archibald,
point
this is a
you
small
don't feel
room, isn't
you don't
Yeah.
Edwin at this point you don't feel bad anymore. Like you don't feel ill. You feel
Yeah.
off. You feel different.
Yeah.
Like I don't know,
Does he
kind of like
have,
the
like-
feeling of when you're wearing a new pair of pants. Like not bad,
Yeah.
just new.
Yeah.
Archibald blinks his eyes once, and they turn. You know, they were probably already the lizard eyes. But he just sort of puts his hand on the dragon stone that he keeps around his neck, and just like shifts ever so slightly, so that he's like a little scaly, like a scaly
Yeah.
person, if you will.
Kind of
Just sort of
furry. Sorry.
just sort of like, you know, when someone's like thinking about something. I say that to someone who does it. When you like are thinking about something and you like move your hands, or you like sort of just sort of the processing, just
Thinking emoji.
and like scaly Archibald looks down at you in bed and is like,
Yeah.
and whispers to him, I guess in the middle of this small room, Naga's tits, what the fuck did you do?
Huh?
Has managed to make the fire yet?
Yeah,
I think with
probably.
Octavia's help, she does like a little spell to actually light it up, so you don't need flint. So she's getting the
Cool.
process. Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
Amalthea,
So the
Amalthea's
second
stretched
Val's
out
like,
already.
yeah, I think fire sister can handle that, and he turns around and he sees Edwin.
Yeah. Also, the ancient book of rituals is probably right there on the floor.
Well, he
Yeah,
left
is
it
there,
on
like-
the bookshelf open
Is
to
there-
the page
is
he
there-
was using.
Wait, was the Dragonstone involved in it? Remind me, was the Dragonstone
No,
involved?
there was no
No.
Dragonstone involved.
No, we should get him a dragon
It was
stone.
just
We
a
have
spell.
some in the convoy. We should fucking get
Hold
him
on,
one.
hold on, hold
Let's
your
cross
horse.
Let's cross the bridge when we get to it.
Yeah.
Right now, Val just turned around and saw that Edwin has wings.
Garrus probably also noticed at this point. He's just like, what the fuck?
Edwin, what the fuck did you do?
What the fuck?
Octavia then turns around and also sees it. She's like, what the fuck?
Edwin is starting to think there might be something wrong here.
No, really?
Signs point to
Archibald.
yes.
Archibald picks up the book and glances it over quickly. Do you have any idea what it's for?
Yeah.
Can you read Arcane?
Can you read Arcane?
No, but I'm a dragon, so.
It has pictures.
It's got pictures for the illiterate. There's a
I'm
guy
rolling-
doing
I'm
cool magic,
rolling
and then a guy turning into a dragon.
Look, I'm fucking old, and I have a book of languages and whatever. I'm rolling a thing.
You have the Jugdral dictionary, not the same like. I
Doesn't
have this
matter.
French dictionary. Let me read the Iliad.
It doesn't matter. That's a 2 minus 2.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
look at the scrawling and scribbling in the book, and you're like, what the fresh hell is going on here?
When Edwin, I feel like Edwin probably makes a face like, "What are you guys talking about?" And
Yeah.
Valente's like, "You're a dragon."
Edwin kind of like backs himself further in the corner, like, that's super weird of you to say, but I can't disprove that right now.
Edwin, touch your back. There are wings.
I mean, it's probably fine.
Octavia goes up to him, takes his wrist, and starts dragging him to the bathroom.
Garrett's
runs
gonna
out.
trip over himself following.
Archibald runs out to the cart and fishes out a dragonstone from one of the fucking
Yeah.
things.
And Octavia, I'm guessing there's some sort of mirror in the bathroom. We're just going to assume.
I think there is. I think
A looking glass.
Yeah, no,
Edwin had
there's
a
a
whole
mirror.
dream about Godfrey's bathroom and its mirror.
Yeah.
It's bathroom adventure, yeah. There's a
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Octavia
the
goes
same
into
mirror
the
even.
bathroom. Yeah, and puts him right next to her, looking straight at the mirror.
Edwin, you are so green in the cheek area. Little downy feathers. You still have human skin. You're not like full full anthro moment.
Yeah.
You're kind of like the dragon equivalent of like a cat boy. Does that make sense?
Oh.
So you got the wings, you got a little bit of fluff around the corners, and the ears are very prominent. The ears and the horns. The horns maybe disappear in your hair a little bit, but the ears are very feathery and they stick out like, a lionfish.
Yeah. I think
What's up?
Sorry.
I just did ear tufts and then started clapping.
Yeah, ear tufts.
Yeah, sorry, what were you gonna have Edwin say?
I think Edwin is just like staring, like he doesn't have anything to say about that. He's just standing there with like his mouth open. Maybe like touches the mirror to make sure it's real.
So, coming back in. So, what was the idea of this?
Are you asking Edwin?
Yes.
Well, that book had like a better version of the thing that Svara taught me. So
the book that we got from Helmi.
Yeah.
Oh.
And you're surprised this happened.
Well, not entirely, but I mean,
Edwin,
yeah.
Get it now.
Okay. Oh Christ. I'm scared now.
Yeah, that like put the fear of God in me for a moment. Like, whoa, my mom is.
Oh no.
Val.
Oh, there's something very funny about the youngest player in the campaign making everyone
Playing
like,
the
"Oh God,
elder.
my
Whoa!
mom is mad."
Mom jump scare.
Val, I mean, Val still looks like he's been crying. So, like, his face is flushed and he looks exhausted, and he just sits down on the floor and goes, "You can't. Really? You decided that it was fine if you turned into a fucking dragon after you're already growing scales?"
I mean, what else am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to just sit here and keep almost dying in front of you guys? I have to do something.
So now you're making yourself even more.
Well, I didn't plan for this specifically.
But you still did it, Edwin.
Yeah, because I found something that I thought would help.
Val looks Edwin in the eyes and is like, "If anything, the fact that you keep getting so close is everyone else's fault. It's not yours, and it's not your responsibility. We are a team.
Okay.
You can't.
How do you think?
I understand. You are trying to. I understand. I really do. But you. Do you know how scared I am right now? This could have been so much worse, and you know it. Especially with the symptoms you're already experiencing. Could you at least have asked someone for help?"
You know, could you put on a cloak or something and come outside with me for a second? Wanna try something? Come on.
Fine.
Val just goes back to having his head and his hands on the floor.
Octavia lets go of Edwin's wrist.
Edwin will go outside with Archibald.
Yeah, this is not secret from anyone. Everyone else is free to watch out a
Yeah,
window.
I think
Garrett's
Octavia
coming.
just
Yeah.
kneels down next to Valente and is like, Archibald has things covered at the moment. I'm with Valente right now.
Garrett and
Archibald is
Amalthea are following
Yeah.
the show.
Understandable.
Yeah.
Archibald sort of is holding in his hand the Earthstone he always has around his neck, and sort of just holds it, and the scaliness sort of recedes, and he, even for effect, blinks his eyes, and they turn back into person eyes. It's like, well, I don't know how the whole already growing scales the thing works here, but frankly, what you've got going on here maybe doesn't freak me out as much as some of the other people here. Here. And he pulls out from his pocket one of the green, like, dragon stones he got. It's like a different color than the earth stone. It's like shinier, clearer, more of like a fancy crystal as opposed to like the muddy sort of rock. And he kind of, it's like almost tosses it, but more just sort of like pops it into Edwin's hand. I don't know if there's a physical sensation. Samantha, is there a physical sensation associated with that?
Yeah, it feels very like warm. It feels kind of like you have you ever been sitting down for a while and then you stretch
Yeah.
and like every bone in your body pops and you're like, oh yeah,
Yeah.
baby. Feels like that.
Cool.
Does that feel right to you?
I guess.
Okay.
I don't really know what that's supposed to feel like.
So, out of curiosity, does he have two arms now?
No,
One arm?
he's still got the
Sure.
one, just the one. Why isn't Discord picking up my fucking voice?
Yeah, fuck you.
Sam knows my suffering.
Going to okay. So hold that. We will wait for Rand
Let's wait for Rand.
while they let out Donna. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do.
Hold on.
Don't
Sorry,
wanna
I'm on
fucking
I'm on
continue
image
roll.
flip right now. I will be completely honest. I'm crafting
I
a meme.
know.
Hey,
Oh, I've done that. I know the feeling. I have done that several times this session already. Don't
I'm
worry
on
about
image
it.
flip. Sorry.
I've been on image flip so many. Also, I just saw the snipping tool, you fucker.
Yeah, cause I'm snipping. What do you want from me?
Why are you sniffing the image? Why are you sniffing for image flip? It's
Because I'm
fucking
not
image flip.
using a template. I'm using my art.
I see.
I see.
Because
That
I'm an
would've
artist,
reacted
Cheppy. I'm on a
so
different
much
level.
Oh, look
Any
at
other
you,
day.
lording your. I was in the
Yeah.
same 3D art classes as you. I know
I
where
know.
we stand in the universe. Fuck you.
No, it's just a lot. It's a lot happening to Valente Day.
There's Valente is
Yeah.
literally
Oh, a lot's
going
happening
through
to
it.
Valente about this, huh?
Anyway.
We're so happy.
Yeah,
And
that
Edwin.
sorry.
Physically to Edwin.
Yeah.
So, where was I? So, hold that. Keep holding it, I mean. And think about yourself circa, I don't know, yesterday, first coming over here a couple weeks ago. Honestly, the time frame is sort of your choice. Just, you without feathers. Think about it. Think about you.
Edwin just kind of stares at Archibald for a minute, and then he's like, I don't really want to turn into a dragon, if that's what this is.
That's not what I'm trying to do. Otherwise, I'd be saying think about yourself with a bunch more feathers. I'm saying think about you with less.
Okay. Just being absolutely clear here. But he will do that. He is trying to think about being less of a dragon. God.
Oh no.
Sorry.
Anyway, that's a meme. Anyway.
Sorry, go on.
I mean,
The
no, Samantha, you're actually
God,
relevant
chat.
here. What happens when an Edwin is holding a dragonstone in the now day and age
Edwin,
and
can
thinking
you
about
make
human?
a skill check?
Ooh,
Yeah.
hate that. Oh,
Well. 8.
8? Oh,
Ooh.
no.
Oh.
The second the dragonstone gets in your hands, you try to think of all the things Archibald told you to do, but your brain is immediately flooded with thoughts of pretty much the opposite. The urge to just like stretch out is like you literally cannot
Yeah.
resist it. And there's like a whoosh of wind and like a big like flash of green light, and suddenly, well, you're definitely not a person anymore.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
Yeah.
Little Archibald blinking up at you,
Yeah.
and then a similar, if dirtier, swoosh right next to you, and Dragon Archibald is staring you eye to eye, so he's like, okay, so, wrong direction.
Edwin just kind of like groans and lays down on the floor.
It's okay, it happens.
Jupiter in the corner
Going ape shit.
is going buck wild, I just like to point out.
Oh no.
Hey, Jupiter.
He lets out
okay.
a Skyrim dragon shriek.
That part, what just happened here is hardly permanent. If you're new to it, you don't know what you're doing, and then, you know, it's easy to think about the wrong things, not quite get it, it's fine. It's easier to go lizard than to go person, I guess. Well, we can try again, if you want, or you can try again. It's a... Out of curiosity, Sam, does the Dragonstone, like, stay a physical thing when you transform, or does it, like,
No,
merge
it
into
disappears, but, you know,
Yeah.
you can still locate it.
So,
It's like a part of you.
you'll notice that the rock is gone. It's not in your hand anymore. That's okay. You're fine. It's now in you, whether physically or just sort of conceptually is... I'm not entirely sure how that works, but the rock goes away when we turn into this, and it comes back when we turn into that. So, you know, I guess the way to think about it is... What is the way to think about it? You know when you take, like... Sorry, I didn't expect to have a good metaphor today.
Chubby
That's Archibald saying
Archibald
that.
didn't prep the tutorial.
Yeah, no, I guess... Like... I'm gonna go with a bucket of water, because it's the only thing in my head right now. This is both words of Archibald and player and... if you have a bucket of something, water, whatever, right?
Yeah.
Too heavy to carry or something, just a lot of... I don't know, it doesn't matter. That we're not adding frills to the metaphor. You have a bucket of water, fucking big. You sort of siphon it off gently, let it sort of flow out into like another bucket or a container or something. In this case, the other bucket or container is the small little rock. Obviously, there's more than in that container, and that's... You started maybe like a little bit in the bucket, the rest in the tub. Let's go with a tub and a bucket, okay?
Edwin's definitely zoning out. I'm sorry.
You're the tub. The stone is the bucket? No, that doesn't work because it's more... Okay, you know what?
Gare mumbles something off to the side. Now that the initial shock of Edwin being a lizard has worn off, he just mumbles, what's this about topping?
Oh my god. Topping?
Thank you, Gare. Thank you.
He's like just crossed his arms now. He's realized, oh, it's cold out here. I'll watch from the window. And he goes inside.
Anyway.
You see his little face in the window. Next to
The
him.
point is, the rock is like a pool that you store what it is to be a dragon in. And, you know, it's easier to like pull that out sometimes. Basically, we're gonna try again. Just, you can familiarize yourself with how this feels if you want to, if that makes you more comfortable, but eventually what we're going to try to do here is just sort of, again, think about you. Tiny little person. Not this. Smaller.
Yeah. I think Edwin is trying very hard. He
You
does
know
not
what?
fully understand what Archibald is saying, but he's
Yeah, you know what?
wishing he was a person right now.
You can make another skill check.
Oh, shoot. Sorry, I dropped it. 9.
Nope.
Okay.
There's another rush of wind, another like swirl of snow. When the light clears, you're still very clearly a dragon.
Okay.
Spindlier than Archibald.
Okay. Do you want to just keep trying that, or do you prefer to just sort of get a feel for it first? Or is it, what's the...
Edwin is just kind of laying on the ground, like, I'm just gonna sit here for a second.
Well, we could try the cool part.
What?
Here, stand up. Get off the ground. Come on. Here. Look over there. He points just with a, I guess, a big lizard. He just pointing out, like, what the fuck am I thinking of? I'm thinking of a scene from Lion King 1.5, which is just like the weirdest fucking clip.
But no, I've seen it. Continue.
Yeah. Oh, good. Like when his mom is gesturing out for the everything the light touches belongs to somebody else thing. Just gestures out over like the empty fucking fields, right? Okay, so like that control stuff that's harder to do than some other parts of this. We're gonna do the fun thing first to, I don't know, help with nerves or whatever. You're a mage. You shoot wind out of your hands or a book, or honestly, I never really paid much attention. But you know how that works. That feeling, right? And you know what that sort of feeling is like of, I guess, conjuring it. Yes, with that sort of feeling of drawing up the power from, I guess, a book. And then the release of it, right?
Yeah.
Now, I want you to keep, just sort of look straight ahead at that field over there, just the middle of the field, middle of nowhere. And I want you to close your eyes. And I want you to think about that feeling, right? The feeling of that sort of magic, sort of coalescing building. But I want you to think of it sort of in your chest, right?
Yeah.
Think about it.
Sorry, the deeply dejected. Yeah. Really. I'm picturing this worm off the string right now.
Yeah.
Just like, oh.
He is just like a pile on the ground.
Think about it. No. Okay, stand back up. Okay, come on. Listen.
Worm off the string, come on!
Worm off the string!
Win.
Can I just try the person thing again?
You can absolutely try the person thing again. I'm just trying to cheer you up with whatever you want. You seem sad about one thing, so I was trying to do something else. But if you really want to do the one thing, then like that's absolutely what we're going to do. All right. So again, forget everything I just said about breathing, fire, and the heart, or whatever. Ignore it. Again, you. Just you. As a matter of fact, you know what might help? Think about less about you. It's not maybe as much you as what you. Not you like what you see in the mirror or what you think of as yourself as a like how you define yourself to another person. But think about writing, right? That sort of feeling. Like having a book in your hand, having a pen, the way that the hand moves the fingers, the way you sort of sit there, the way your breath goes in and out as you read. Think about those things.
Yeah, he's thinking.
Think about it. You're Edwin. You're just sitting here. Maybe reading a book, trying to just remember. Writing something. In your journal. That's a skill roll, I assume, Samantha, right?
Yep, go ahead. Go ahead. Sorry, it's not picking me up.
Yeah. Being very rude. 15.
Ah, riveting success.
Woo!
Edwin is freed.
When Edwin opens his eyes, big dragon eye, like, bending down in front of him. That's it! Back to person. Yes, that's it. Is he still feathery?
A little bit. A little tiny bit.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay. So, you're like...
Still got issues.
Yeah,
no.
So right now, you're a little featherier than,
We have a necklace
say,
with us.
yesterday. But, like, compared to what you woke up as, like, does he have... I put my hand on his head. Does he have, like, horns currently?
Probably not. He's probably managed to
Samantha!
get rid of the... I can... What?
He wasn't coming through.
Yeah, sorry. I don't know what's up with Discord tonight. I've been talking. He's managed to get rid of the horns, but he's still very much feathery.
So you got the feathers around, but... Feel that? No? That's right, because there's no horns up there.
Are the wings
That's good. Are the wings gone?
God,
You gotta
Sam.
get a better Discord than that.
God, what the hell? No, the wings are not gone. But
Oh,
The
boy.
wing-
they could probably be squished up better because they're smaller.
okay.
The wings are here, but they're tinier now. A lot tinier.
Yeah.
Little cherub wings.
This is a...
Sad
this
that
is a
there's 4
control-
of them.
This is a control
Craigie
thing.
did
You've
that.
basically halved where you were. You've taken how dragony you were when you woke up this morning and cut it by about half in just a couple minutes. So, like,
Yeah.
not bad at all.
I think Edwin just hands Archibald the Dragonstone back and is like, I think I am good enough right now.
Okay. But this is awkward. Can I check something, though?
What?
Just real quick. Where you had the rash stuff going on, or the rashes,
Yeah.
may I?
He just like holds him out because it's on like the tops of his arms, kind of, I think, in his back.
Yee.
Archibald, like, runs his hands over his... Is he still, like, scaly in a like, under the skin way, or is it now
Hold on.
just, like,
I'm
the
gonna
feathers?
reconnect to the Discord because I want to see if that fixes my problem.
Can't believe Sam is dead.
While we-
Hello.
I
You have to restream.
literally, I was gone for half of a second.
Yeah.
But that seems to have fixed some of it, so hopefully it stays that way.
Cool.
You roll up Edwin's sleeve, you take a good look at his arm, and the top of his arm is now covered in like light green downy feathers. They're very soft. But you can see that that's like the top of the skin. Like that looks like it's supposed to be there. Like it's odd, but it looks like it's growing in a way that is configured for nature. The scales are still growing in from underneath.
Oh, damn it.
No change on that front.
Yeah.
Well, I can say that you have nothing worse here, so it's not contributed per se, which is good.
Edwin just shrugs and he's like, I didn't think that would change anything.
Good to make sure, though.
Well, at least it didn't make it worse.
Yeah. And plus, between you and me, what you said is correct. You are now far closer to unkillable than you were last night, so there's benefits to this.
Yeah, I guess.
Look, I'm just trying to cheer you up, man. Like I said,
No,
I don't know how to pitch this to you without it sounding weird. It's not how do you pitch Sorry, kid, I don't know how to pitch, like, being me. I don't know how to do that.
No, it's nice of you to try. I'm gonna go back inside.
Yeah, let's go get breakfast or something.
Alright, while you guys were
Yeah.
outside, I believe Valente was on the floor of the bathroom being comforted.
Yeah.
Hard cut to the floor.
To the floor.
To the floor. I think Octavia just like, if Valente allows it, she just wraps her arms around Valente's shoulders and hugs him.
Quickly does she do that?
How quickly?
Yeah.
Very slowly.
Then no.
Yep.
Basically the second Octavia's arm like comes into contact, like goes, "Don't touch me."
Octavia moves her arms back.
Sorry. I need to speak to Gottfried.
I'll go get him. He's probably in his room. I'll go get him.
Thanks.
Octavia gets up and gets to her feet and walks directly to the door in the kitchen.
Alright, it is closed, but not locked.
Octavia knocks 3 times.
1 second. I have to open up a character sheet.
Okay.
Listen.
What in yonder fuck did you just do?
No, nothing. Godfrey has the perception of a brick. He didn't wake up.
Oh my god.
I have to fucking do this again. Octavia knocks harder. Like, Godfrey, please wake up. And
he rolled
she's
lower.
Oh no.
He got a 3 and then he got a 1.
Oh, buddy.
I have him not wearing his special guy outfit.
Can I roll to support him?
From through the door?
Yeah. Can I just do something?
I don't think he's gonna get. I don't think you can support unconscious people or sleeping people.
Communicate the vibes by telepathy.
Projecting vibes through your basement door. Wake up, bitch.
Where's Millicent? Is Millicent down there?
You haven't seen her sniffing around. She probably would have freaked at the sight of Edwin, so she's presumably downstairs. Or in Alika's room.
Millicent, please open the door.
1 moment, please.
My god, really? The fucking dog is again? Oh my god.
Also rolled a 1, which goes up to a grand total of 5. With her perception, she does not answer.
Octavia's just like,
The bricks in there.
for fuck's sake. She opens the door and just stands at the top.
Okay.
Godfrey, please wake up.
From the vague lighting at the top of the stairs, you see kind of like the end of a bed, and you see what looks like, you know, a person's foot, and then also most of a dog, like just a dog on top of everything. It's no wonder he can't hear you. He's been consumed.
I guess. Are we inside now?
No, you guys are still outside.
You guys are still dragon training.
We're still doing scene number 2 here.
Yeah.
Stay outside. Be worm.
Octavia calls again, like, Godfrey, Millicent, wake up.
Millicent wakes up with a quick yap. And you can hear the sound of someone getting the air promptly punched out of their lungs as a very large dog leaps off their chest.
Shit, I'm sorry. Like, she looks just so lost and confused.
Millicent, skitters to the bottom of the steps and climbs up and like sniffs at you like, what do you want? Whereas Godfrey slunches out of bed, and you can see that he's like doing something on the side of the bed. Assume leg acquisition is occurring.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
He's grumbling under his breath.
Valente told me to get you.
What's wrong? Why?
Oh boy.
Octavia looks like she's trying to process it. Edwin turned himself into a dragon.
Godfrey stops moving. And he turns around with just like completely devoid of expression. Just like staring at you. Waiting for you to say it again. Like he's lost his hearing in some way.
Edwin took Helmi's book and read it, and what he did was a success, and it turned him into a dragon. That's the side effect, basically. And Valente's on the floor, and I don't know what to do, and I just... Please.
At the word dragon, Millicent understands many words of the human language, just not in order, but she knows dragon. So at the word dragon, she sprints out from next to you, almost running you over. She's gone. She's at the window now, yapping her head off.
Oh no.
Gare is understandably threatened by the appearance of a very large dog that is angry next to him. Godfrey just kind of... He very quickly finishes his leg-related business, and then he, like, scrambles up the steps in a way that also almost runs you down. Like, you're feeling very stomped on at the moment. And he goes to the window as well before throwing open the door, and at this point, Archibald and Edwin's little training session is concluded, but it's obvious that Edwin is... You know, something has occurred. Godfrey just stands there. He's not wearing a winter coat or anything. But he like wades out into the snow. The path that hasn't been completely stomped by dragon at this point. And Jupiter's still, you know, going absolutely hog wild in the corner.
I feel like they probably arrive in time to see like first Edwin change back and then Archibald and them talking in the distance.
Yep. Godfrey, like, marches out into the snow, and he grabs Edwin by the shoulders and just starts shaking him. Like a can of Sprite that you really want to see explode.
I don't. Which players thought that informing Godfrey of this would be a great idea? Oh shit!
I don't know. I was like, Octavia's just like freaking out. Like Valente said to get Godfrey. I don't know what to do, and Octavia's just like probably still on the ground in the kitchen. Like,
no, I'm not actually berating Aeon for the record, but I find it funny. It's like it's the last thing we learned about this man.
Going wrong.
The last thing we learned about this man was him shanking he shanked his lizard sister to death in the basement.
Yeah. Like everything is on fire.
And he just woke up as like, hey, that kid you're bonding with.
Hey, he didn't have that dream. He was probably dreaming about, I don't know, dogs. There's a dog on him at the time.
Yeah. Edwin has just shut his eyes and he is letting this happen.
After enough time, you hear Godfrey's like, he's starting to summon words that aren't just like pure, unrestrained, probably anger. Anger's probably a good guess.
Archibald, like, tentatively puts a hand on Godfrey's shoulder, like a, hey,
defense check.
Man. What?
Defense check.
Defense check.
Fuck you. Alright. Christ, how did I list a D20 in the list? I'm gonna knock that off because I'm a person now. Ooh.
Uh-oh.
10.
10? He swings around, he takes his hands off of Edwin, he swings around, tries to clock you firmly in the jaw, but because he has 11 strength, you barely feel it.
What the fuck, man?
He does not have strong bones. But then he goes.
That was in character. Like, what the fuck, man?
And he turns back to Edwin. He's, "What did you do?"
I was trying to, I don't know, do something useful.
How is this useful?
Oh, you cut out.
He says, "How is this useful?"
I mean, this wasn't exactly what I thought was gonna happen.
What did you think was gonna happen?
Well, I don't know. I thought it would be nice to have some kind of, I don't know, better stuff to use against all the stupid things that keep trying to kill us.
I thought you were supposed to be a scholar. Are you an idiot? Are you completely brain dead?
Edwin does not know what to say to this.
Can Edwin make a defense check?
Okay. -4. 11.
11? Hold on.
Yeah.
Oh, I rolled a D100. That is not.
Oh no.
Again, he doesn't manage to actually do any permanent damage to you. But he
Yeah.
does shove you hard enough to make you fall down.
Yeah.
He's significantly bigger than you, so it's
Yeah.
not difficult. But after he does that, he just kind of like stands there. He doesn't say anything else, but he looks absolutely furious.
Edwin is not really looking at anyone
I
He's-
think at
on the ground.
After a second,
Archibald doesn't look pissed or sad, really. It's more just to like, ooh, everyone here is this is prickly, sort of emotions.
I think at this point Octavia gets up from the kitchen ground and goes back to Valente and just tells her Godfrey went outside. I'm sorry.
Not your fault. Fuck. Valente gets to his feet and he's like, I put the pain salve under my bed. I would appreciate it if it would be ready for me by the time I come back inside.
Okay. Put it in.
Thank you. And then Valente walks outside
alright.
Oh,
and
fuck
says,
off.
Valente arrives to the scene to find Edwin in the snow, Godfrey the angry, Archibald.
Like Archibald
yeah,
in his eternal shit sort of position.
Val goes, I already yelled at him, and it's not going to change anything if we keep doing it. But... And Valente looks like he's about to cry again. And goes, I need to talk to you in private. Because I don't think you want anyone else hearing what I have to say.
At first, Godfrey believes that you're talking to Edwin, and he doesn't respond. Because, obviously, Edwin is the one currently fucking up, and he hasn't done anything to his knowledge that could warrant a private conversation. But after a second of...
Oh.
What?
Godfrey should know by now that's not an in trouble. It's a... I mean, this is... private... Godfrey, please.
After hearing his name, he kind of comes to for a second. And he gives one more, like... I'm not gonna say, like, a dirty look to Edwin, but, like, just, like, a scathingly, like, distrustful. Like, not distrustful, disappointed. He's not angry, he's disappointed.
Oh no!
Well, he's a little angry, to be... I'll be honest.
Congrats, Edwin. You are now on the arc of Godfrey does not like you and is disappointed in you.
Godfrey is
It'll
disappointed.
take Hey, I'll take what is fratricide for 300, Alex?
Oh no! Don't kill him over that.
That's
No.
not what fratricide means, dipshit.
Oh yeah, that's brother. Haha.
Yeah, that's
Or sister. It
No,
means
that's
it
sororicide.
means that
Nice try.
No, it's sororicide.
you,
sororicide.
woman who has
Idiot.
never read a dictionary be
This
like,
dipshit didn't take Latin. Already point and laugh at him.
have a dictionary open.
Dictionaries aren't real, King. Get over it.
Let's just continue.
But anyways, Godfrey gives one last angry and disappointed look at Edwin, before stalking off back towards the place where Valente is standing.
Where would you prefer we talk about this?
Downstairs.
Okay. And then Val turns. He goes into the bathroom, grabs the paint salt, and then goes downstairs.
Okay.
Yeah, Octavia. I think it's fast enough where Octavia was holding it, and when they're going, she just hands it to Valente.
Yeah, Val takes it, and then they go downstairs.
Godfrey follows you downstairs, and he closes and locks the door behind him. And immediately, once you two are alone, he turns to you and he says, "How could you let him do that?"
We were all asleep. Don't you... This is not what this is about.
What else could it
I am
possibly
just as upset
be
as
about?
you are. I had a dream last night.
Ooh, he does not like that. Automatic negative emoji.
Mother,
Oh, you're cutting out.
your mother,
What about her?
how could... I can't believe she... I can't believe she didn't protect you from that.
He's gonna make like a confused face for a minute, cause he's still very much wound up on the whole Edwin fucked up so bad train. So he's still trying to connect this to Edwin in some way. So he's like,
two oncoming trains, just
literally this.
No, absolutely.
he turns out to be a lizard. You killed your sister. Bang.
Oh god.
He just kind of stares at you for a moment, like deeply befuddled. Like he's not quite sure what you're talking about.
I
think you cut out
You
again.
took a knife, and I had to take it from you because I couldn't let you do it. But she didn't do that, did she?
Hold on. I have to make a check.
Roll for damage to soul.
Yeah, literally I'm making a conviction check.
Oh no.
Everybody's
Meanwhile, I like to
lowballing
imagine-
today.
I like to imagine that during this, Archibald's just standing out there above Edwin, like, honestly, as far as consequences for your actions go, this is not that bad.
Well, we're gonna come back to the outside game. Let's stick with inside game for now.
We are coming back to that.
We are
actually.
coming back to that. Oh my god.
Val just needs
around,
to stop being like, oh my god. Like, Val's having every negative emotion possible.
Oh god.
He's getting rid of them in order.
Godfrey, he
layers.
he seems to, well, obviously he would recognize what you're talking about, and his face just kind of like goes very slack for a minute. And then he gets kind of like a betrayed look on his face as he looks at you.
I'm sorry.
You can't control it. It's fine. Just,
That's not what I'm apologizing for.
you don't have anything to apologize for. You weren't there. I did what I had to do.
I'm allowed... Sometimes when people say they're sorry, it's not because they think that they did something wrong. but because they know that you're hurting and they are sad that that is the case.
It's been a long time since that. I'm more than fine now. Promise.
That is not how it works, and you know it.
Uncomfortable noise. Distress. What did you see?
Listen. Well, I didn't see much because your candle was very dim and I wasn't smart enough to keep bringing the oil lamp around, but you came in, I saw you coming down, and I gave you some bread, and I told you if you wanted, you could talk to me about it, and then you got upset because I was in her shoes, obviously. And you were angry with me, and I didn't know why, because obviously I'm not her. But then you left, and I was going to go check out what was in the basement because I felt something shake. And you had a knife. And you said, I can't let you keep doing this to her. And that's when I knew what had happened. And so I took the knife from you and said, no, I can't. But I'm especially not going to make you go through it either.
Godfrey just like stands there as you explain, and he's got that same like very deeply sad expression on his face. All the anger's kind of drained out of him. And he says, She didn't have to protect me. I was protecting her.
No child should have to do that for their parent.
Special circumstances.
No, not really. Look, I'm not saying your mother is a bad person. It was a difficult situation and there's no good ending. But I had a child too. And I had to make a choice. And it was not unlike the one that you made.
Thinking for a second. He says, well, there was nothing else that I could do, so it's way too late for anything else now.
Of course it is. I'm not saying we can change anything. And Val's jaw is shaking. I don't know what I want to come out of this, but I'm not good at talking about my emotions, and neither are you. But this hurt, and I can only imagine how it felt to be you. And I couldn't just keep that to myself. I don't know, but I'm sorry. That's all I can say is something horrific happened to your family. And it happened to all of you, even if not all of you were transformed. And you had to make a hard choice. An impossibly hard choice. And there's no way to change that, and there's no way for me to make it better. But I'm sorry anyway. And then Edwin was a fucking dragon. And again, Val starts like wiping her eyes with her hand, kind of in distress and kind of because she's just freaking out. And what else was I supposed to do? Yelling at him isn't gonna fix it either, because he's just gonna be like that, and we can't This is just bad, and I didn't know what to do, and I needed to tell you, because if I kept this to myself, it was going to rip me apart.
I'm sorry.
You have nothing to be sorry for either. And Val kind of gives him like a one. I don't. Is it sardonic? But like that smile, like, haha, dumbass.
Sure. Sardonic is a good word.
Scornful or cynically mocking?
Yeah,
I'd say it's
Or
mocking
forced.
100%, but it's
Forced,
definitely
unnatural, insincere,
like
derisive.
cynically teasing. Let's go with that.
Yeah.
Cynically teasing. Well, Godfried, he doesn't look like he's specifically in the mood to be cynically teased at the moment. He is also so very full of emotions, to a volatile, perhaps, degree. But even though he looks like he might be vaguely considering crying or yelling, you're not sure. He doesn't do that because that's not what he does. Instead, he like balls his hands up into fists, and you hear him call Edwin a fucking idiot under his breath. Several times. He just says that for like a solid minute. And then when he's finally done, cursing Edwin and Edwin's entire bloodline, forward and backward, basically both ways, and maybe all his friends too, he turns to Val and he says, you can still help me. I know there's no way to help what has already happened, but you can still help in the future.
Val's eyes start tearing up, and she smiles and says, I'd like nothing more.
Good. Because if that never has to happen to anyone else again, I will die a happy man. Or at least mildly pleased.
Val snorts, and then goes, all right. And she takes a deep breath, and she goes, okay, that dealt with. Now, let's go handle the other thing.
Godfrey's
again,
immediately angry again. And he moves to push past Valente.
Godfried.
What?
Yelling at him isn't going to solve this problem.
I'm not going to yell at him. I'm going to kill him.
That's definitely not going to solve this problem.
Just a little bit.
The whole reason he did it is so he would stop dying.
Just gonna kill him a little bit. It's fine. It'll be fine.
Godfried. He did it because he wanted to stop being a burden.
He should have put more thought into that.
Oh, I fully agree with that. Believe me, I'm upset with him. I'm furious. But he did this from a place of defensiveness, and if we come out offensive, it's going to make things worse.
And what do we do?
Well, we go up there. We tell him he's definitely been an idiot, but that he's our idiot, and we take it one step at a time.
Fine. Let's go.
Yeah.
He walks upstairs.
Val
What
follows.
has Outside Gang been up to?
I think after Valente and Godfrey go inside, Octavia just quietly goes to her own stuff and pulls out the necklace of false appearances. And then she walks outside to Edwin and Archibald and Garen.
Is Edwin still in the snow?
Yeah, he's just sitting there.
It's cold.
He probably looks like he's gonna cry.
Aww.
Archibald's like Slav squatting next to him. Just like not particularly pissed or anything, just like, whoa, dude, sort of look. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Octavia approaches and kind of like kneels down on the other side of Edwin. And then she just goes over and holds out the necklace to him.
Ah. Yeah,
It's
I'll
not
do it.
it's not going to actually change anything, but it might make you feel a bit better.
Edwin just he takes it, but he just kind of like holds it. He doesn't really know what to do with it.
Sam, do when he holds it, do the feathers disappear from view?
Yes, they do. Oh my god, Discord, please, for the love of Christ. Yes, they
Do you have noise suppression on?
No, I don't! That's the weird thing! I don't know what's up! Hold on.
Have you tried go to your mic settings and just like lower manually the volume at which it detects?
How do I do that? Wait, hold on.
Hit the settings button.
Okay.
Voice and
Go to
video.
voice and video.
And then there's automatically determine input sensitivity and just
wait, do I put it up or down?
turn it manual, and then the lower it is, the more it will pick up.
Alright, we're picking up everything. Let's go.
Every
Is that
breath
better?
she takes.
I mean,
it sounds better. So what?
Okay,
so
awesome.
does the necklace work? If
it works.
Cool.
Yeah.
Immediately, Edwin is poof. Not only back to human form, but aside from his clothes, he looks pretty much exactly as he did the moment he stepped off that boat.
Arm.
Damn.
Oh.
Arm and everything.
Oh.
The arm. It's kind of like sitting at a jank angle, and you can tell that it's not moving. So, like, it's kind of like, he's not wearing it, so...
Maybe the...
Octavia just then goes like... Octavia picks the necklace up, and then just, like, at a certain point, just starts laughing, and also crying.
That might sort itself out with the arm attached. See how that goes.
Oh my god.
I do have a question.
Yeah?
When the thing was on, was his hair still longer?
No, it was short again. It was fresh
That's
off, fresh off
That
the
is so
Edwin.
fucked.
I don't like that.
I don't like that at all. Like, Octavia is like, fuck that idea. Look, Edwin.
We got rid of half the feathers in like a couple minutes.
Edwin, you're still you. You're still fucking you. That's not the reason why we're
Hold on.
pissed off.
Background radiation.
But
yeah, your mic is going to be constantly on, Sam, if you set the sensitivity low.
Hold on. Oh, I turned my stream off.
Close
Great
the
job,
stream.
Sam.
It's okay.
Great job, everyone. Success.
We did it.
Octavia is like, give me your hand.
Edwin does.
He does.
Yeah.
She helps him up into his feet.
He would have been fine sitting on the floor, but since Octavia's being nice about it, he'll stand up.
It's in the fucking snow, Edwin. Don't
Yeah,
sit in the
Edwin,
snow.
you are cold-blooded.
Yeah.
Being pulled out of the snow feels like... Edwin probably had really early classes for school. He had to get up, and he hated that, I assume, because every student does. It feels like that times 10 million.
Oh god.
Yeah.
If he looks like he's about to fall over, Octavia just like wraps his arm around her shoulders to keep him up.
Yeah, Archibald will help with both of that. Somehow. He's not quite sure how. Just put an arm around...
Yeah.
He like can't figure out how to put an arm around Octavia or Edwin or whether... he just sort of settles on like a general shepherding in.
Yeah. Edwin is like, I'm gonna go get my arm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a good idea.
Uh-huh.
Before Edwin is able to go inside, he finds his path
Fuck.
once again blocked by Gottfried,
Yeah.
who is still quietly seething. Gottfried looks down at Edwin, who is, I assume, now that he's got the necklace, like, normaled, a little bit more normaled.
No, he dropped it.
No,
He
he
dropped
dropped
it.
it.
Okay, never mind.
Octavia took
No.
it back, and she like is holding it like in her free hand.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Does that mean
we're
that,
not doing
does that mean that
that.
she
He
now
sees it.
does she now look like Start Octavia?
Well, Octavia's form is still very much human, so
Yeah. So
Right, but
Listen,
does she look
I'd
like
like
she
to. I'd
slept
like to
off?
say Edwin hasn't had a truly human form for a very long time.
Yeah.
yes, it's Beast Blood.
Edwin's last
he got
character
beast
save
blasted.
moment was I believe session 5.
Oh my god.
So that's Edwin's last save point.
It's just everything at the beginning now just hitting us like a truck.
But
Yeah.
Doo-doo.
okay, sorry
That's not
about
a
that.
truck. That's a train noise. What am
Yeah,
I
that was-
doing?
That was a truck. So you're standing.
it's more
You're standing. The three of you are, or whoever's helping Edwin up. The three of you are standing, and Godfried's firmly in your way. And Godfried is like looking down his nose at Edwin. Like not fully looking down at him, just like his eyes are down. And then very like quietly he says, "Edwin,
Yeah.
you're a fucking idiot." And then he steps aside to allow Valente to do the rest.
Oh,
Dun, dun, dun. It's
Oh,
just
it's
in.
just three chords.
Spineless
looks
Wimp
at-
is
Valente
spineless
looks-
wimp. More at 11.
Valente looks at Godfried and kind of just like huffs, and it's not quite a laugh, but it's not a laugh.
He didn't kill Edwin like he wanted.
Exactly,
Yeah.
exactly. And Val goes, "Yeah, you're definitely a fucking idiot, but you're our fucking idiot, which means you don't get to take responsibility for everything ever all the time. And I understand that you did this because you wanted to be helpful. You wanted to not keep dying, which is a completely valid reason. Next time, though, maybe talk to someone about it."
Yeah.
I also
Some-
feel like, not to interrupt, but I do need to say, I'm getting a distinct, Edwin you could have turned yourself into a monster sort of feeling from the way that everyone here is acting. And I gotta say, this isn't that bad of an outcome. Look, I can't defend your decision making, maybe. Sorry, man. But, like,
Edwin just is
what
like,
you guys-
yeah.
what you guys are kind of scathing me out a bit with here is what he's doing is basically like, this is like Manicat puberty. This is what I had to do this is just like what happens to a newly created Manicat. Like, this is not
No, listen.
like
yes,
this is no like it.
Godfried
not-
has a hand in his hair, like threatening to rip out a large chunk of it.
Take
Stress
This is not-
grab.
this is-
Up his,
this
like,
is-
I'm
he-
not
this is
saying
nothing.
this is a worst case scenario.
Yeah,
In fact,
Archibald.
this is quite a good scenario. I acknowledge that. But this is
It could have been
this could
so
have been a
bad.
lot fucking worse scenario.
This could have been
And it
so
freaked
bad.
everyone out, and we're all worried about him scenario.
It could still be very bad. We don't know.
Yeah,
Exactly.
because we probably look. And the reason for this is because, Edwin, you were stupid. I understand why you did this, and I understand that you probably thought you took every precaution you need, but you also decided to do it in the middle of the night when no one could stop you. So do you think that you were in your right mind when you made that decision?
Edwin just kind of bored is like, I didn't think anyone would care that much.
Well, guess what? We do! Congratulations! People care about you.
Valente looks really hurt, actually, that you said that.
Godfrey just looks
Edwin
like
can't see that because he's
startled.
looking at the ground.
Godfrey
Yeah,
looks
but
like
everyone
startled.
else can see that Val's face crumples a little bit.
Oh.
And
Emotional
Octavia just like
damage.
and Octavia just like reaches like thumps her hand against his back like, well, guess what? We do. So, before you make any of these decisions again, and her voice is like raised, it's almost like it's the first time that, well, you've seen her angry before, so this is a familiar sight, but it's also kind of this sense of like manic and frustrated and sad.
Yeah.
Well, guess what? We do care. And now you're going to promise us that you're not going to make that decision again without telling us, not because we don't trust you, but because it's not just you that is. We don't think that you're a burden. We don't think you have to prove yourself despite what you think. Just promise us that you're not going to try that again without letting someone know and talking about it.
Edwin just nods.
Okay, let's get you by the fire.
Yeah,
Drag him inside.
much like his arm back.
Dragon him
Yeah.
inside.
Yeah, get him inside. Octavia just deposits him next to his bed where his arm is. It's like you.
Oh, I'd just like
Yeah.
to clarify also, when you give Edwin the pendant, to Edwin still looks like Dragon Edwin. To everyone else,
Yeah.
though, he looks like Edwin Mark 1. Okay? Does that...
Petition to petition to divide these character faces into Edwin and Dreadwin.
Edwin.
Okay, I think after that, like, Octavia just pulls it back and she's like,
Yeah.
did that help at all?
Yeah.
No? Okay, we're never gonna do that again.
Yeah. That
was
didn't make
fucking-
anyone feel better.
Everyone disliked that.
Yeah.
Archibald actually was like, well, I was kind of, in the back of his head is like, I was kind of considering whether or not turning him into a dragon or the Dragonstone would help with the scale growth problem, but clearly it hasn't. But also, damn, bro. Middle of the night. Wow.
Octavia also, as soon as he's down and gets his arm, Octavia grabs the book, the ancient book of rituals, and then is going up to Gottfried and gives it to him and is like, fucking just put this somewhere none of us can reach easily.
He puts it on the highest shelf of the bookshelf.
Yes, I have fucking
Why?
done it!
Sorry,
Why?
were Garen and Amalthea still outside?
They're in the window. They were in the window the whole time, like,
Okay.
oh my god.
They were watching the dragon
They-
training. And
They had, like,
everything,
Millicent, before Millicent was, like, scaring the crap out of Garrett, but now Garrett and Millicent are, like, popcorn.
Like, they.
Popcorn, negative.
Yeah.
But now they're, like, kind of hovering around, like, what's wrong with Edwin? Why is everyone angry? I mean, obviously...
Hey, what do you mean? What's wrong with it? They turn some.
No, yeah, they know. They But they're, like, you know, they don't have all the
like
details.
an hour ago.
They don't have all the details, you know. Before Edwin is able to fully relax in front of the fire as much as he's able, you feel a dark shadow looming over you once again.
Yeah.
No.
Godfrey
Batman?
is squatting next to you.
Oh.
staring
Edwin-
at you.
I'm very surprised.
He points a very accusatory finger dangerously close to your face, and he says, "If you're going to try stupid shit in the middle of the night without telling anyone, at least think to do it outside." And then he gets up.
Yeah. Edwin just says, okay.
Wow.
And at that moment, the back door opens, with Merope standing in the doorway, just like, you know.
Ooh.
Merope coming in with pizzas.
Yeah, no, she's got a little basket of food, because you know there's guests. She's not just cooking for 2 people. And she comes in to see everyone in various states of just a bunch of high tension wires all over the ground.
Yeah.
Really.
Edwin like grabs a blanket and like throws it over himself.
Garrett and Amalthi are like in the corner, like with the dog. Have you ever seen that screen cap of Brooklyn Nine-Nine? With the 2 guys and the dog. That's them right now. Do not blow this for us. Yeah. Godfried is obviously just like standing in the middle of the room seething. The anthrax is palpable. But she comes in and her smile falters for a second and she just says, "Oh God, what did I miss?" And that's where we're gonna end the session for today.
Oh my god. Yeah.
Oh my God, that was such a session.
Oh
Woo!
gosh.
The gauntlet. I didn't even make
Look at you all creating melodrama. Wow.
Oh my gosh.
That was
was
good.
so much.
Oh, hold on, I gotta do
I
sports.
didn't know how accurate when you said, "Oh, it's gonna be a bomb."
Did you know about Edwin's plans?
Yeah.
Did you know about Trikey's plans?
No.
Trikey, did you tell Sam?
No,
No.
I told no.
Oh my god.
I didn't know about that. I was like, oh, so we're gonna have a pretty intense dream tonight. I got that plan. I hope Valente gets it, but it can work for anyone. Edwin, no!
This is the nightmare scenario.
No, little mage boy, don't go into the dragon cave.
No, it's a boy. Don't go into the.
Oh my God, this book is full of dragon stoning.
Smoking.
Holy cow!
Oh, I don't know why that's slowly turning into like a Nazi scientist the longer it goes on, but okay.
This is
Shout
really
outs
good.
to everyone's tears tonight.
Yeah,
Not
oh my
me.
God, I
I
cried
think
like
I
3
was
times,
fine
not
for
gonna
most.
lie.
I almost
I
cried a little bit,
got
but
close. I got close, but that was method acting.
That's hard.
I didn't.
Dwyer got
I
me a couple
teared
times.
up twice.
I didn't cry, but the closest I came was for stupid reasons. Because at the exact second that the stabbing was being done in that dream, the part of Come Susser Todd came on that was like the really emotional like.
Oh my god.
I'm so glad that you successfully guessed one of the songs on the elusive secret Godfried playlist.
Oh my god.
From Sweet Death.
I know I've let you down.
Oh God. Hold on, sorry.
Just
I'm
like
still
the
filling
ending
out.
bit where it's like, and everyone dies, came right as the next stabbing was done. I was like, oh boy,
mauled,
that's
idiot.
that's an emotion. It's not like, not crying yet, but it's an emotion.
No, I was
That was
having a
so
ball.
Good.
I am
was
weirdly
so good.
That
I'm
was
weirdly
tasty.
set off. I am weirdly set off by like things for crying. Like I can go through all of this and not cry, but if like we'd met just like say the dog that the family had before Millicent, like the old dog who passed away
Excuse
in the
you,
time
they
between,
had a
I would
cat.
I would fucking cry. Like if that were the case, I
No.
just like
Dead children.
Oh,
Pshaw. Dead
No,
dog.
I know.
Oh,
It's like,
It's like
Dan,
how
it's
we
like
didn't
my.
even see her properly, and that just makes it your mind think about it in both horrifying and super sad ways.
Mhm.
I
The thing that usually gets me to cry is like reincarnation stories. Anytime that shit happens, I am on the floor, inconsolable for hours.
I was crying at the grave because it was
that made
it
me
was
cry.
so beautiful.
A little cry action.
I'm
Like, it's
glad.
in my mind's
I'm really glad. Because I was just saying things.
That's cool. You were
Go
saying
off.
that very well. Go off,
Yeah.
Yellow
That
Slay.
sounded fucking rehearsed. Damn.
No, not even a little bit.
Damn.
Shoutouts to Octavian
Boost to my
Godfrey being
ego,
cousins.
Yeah,
I
oh,
didn't say
I
that.
haven't. I almost forgot about that.
It's like
So much
it's just the smallest. Like in any other scenario, that would have been big news. But because of every single other thing,
I find it funny that I wrote child slaughter into my character's background story, and yet still I am sitting here for the last month like, damn, everyone else are the fucked up ones somehow.
Yeah.
I witnessed several hundred child murder. Wow.
Yeah, I mean that's life.
Everybody.
no one's okay in Jugdral.
No one's
Yeah.
okay in Jugdral. They put something in the water here.
It's anthrax.
Yeah, it's
Methamphetamines.
anthrax.
It's literally anthrax.
Alright.
What are you
Oh boy,
taking a
what-
picture of?
What do you mean? I did the supports. Chillax, buddy.
Uh-oh.
Silly boy.
No, don't
Here
say
we
that.
go.
There we
I'm
go.
afraid.
Ooh, I don't like whatever. I'm
Yep,
looking
we
at
got an ampersand, baby.
Godfried.
And
Okay.
ampersand. Yeah.
He sure made a decision.
Yeah, I have no idea what.
Oh no.
Oh my God! Wait, was Godfried with an S with Valente before?
Yeah.
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 Okay.
That's the only reason.
Valente's had a
Godfrey
triple
didn't have
S for a
freak out.
while, somehow.
Yeah. Well, we know. We know.
That was the first ampersand.
Yeah.
It was the first ampersand.
But
it's
what
like-
else?
I fully expected Valente to fuck that up.
You didn't though.
Not the ampersand, but after that, I expected
Yeah.
her to
Uh-huh.
go fully get from an S to go back down, and
Yeah.
it didn't.
It's you can't go from an S to another thing that isn't an ampersand. Once you have an S,
Oh,
it's usually like they will forgive you until you really fuck up.
okay, that's fair, but I fully
Yeah.
expected that to not.
Hi,
Edwin may have really fucked up.
Yeah. It was
You
just
have
like-
you have to really do something the character finds morally apprehensible, like completely opposite of their worldview. Edwin.
Guess what?
Yeah.
You found it. You fucking
Yeah.
found it.
Preaching
I'm just-
by choice.
Yeah.
I find, man, like we got the Philosopher's Dragonstone. You just like bypass. You went straight.
Yeah,
For
we got the
Yeah,
item that
penalty-
lets you
went
do that.
Straight for
Because
penalty
Edwin-
tap. You
it's
like
just
walked up Mount
Sorry,
Everest.
I love that you specifically said Edwin is stupid when he
Yeah.
made this decision because he just wanted the extra power. And
Yeah.
he didn't think, oh, there's a cost.
I've been
And the cost-
dangling that little
He
cat
didn't think
toy
it
of
would be that bad.
gate power over all of your heads, and I'm so glad Edwin took the bait.
Yeah.
Not the bait. I mean, he has the power. That's it. There's no more. There's no more.
Yeah.
things. Like,
Yeah.
that's it. Congrats.
Sam?
My-
Yes.
Samantha,
Hi.
look at me real
Hi.
fast.
Hey, what's up?
Do you understand that none of Valente's current skills you can have a wretched function for?
Oh shit. I did
Yeah,
not-
that's the
Well, I
same
don't know. You
thing-
can get
I
more.
think it's the same thing for Octavia.
No, I'm not saying. I'm saying that you're always like, "Wow, I should have Valente do the really fucked up cost shit because she will do anything for the sake of her friends."
But
And so you're like, "Finally, someone took me up on it." I'm like, "I have not had the opportunity."
I made a bunch of maps recently, you know, for
Uh-huh.
future purposes, and a lot of new skills will be handed out, more powerful stuff. So who knows?
Yippee!
In happier news, Octavia has an A support with Millicent
Aw.
because of
And a
feeding
B with
her.
Merope.
And a B with Merope.
And Millicent and Millicent has an A support with Jupiter.
Yeah, which is great. It's
No,
so
that's
good. They're like,
that's Merope. Merope
Oh, it's
has an
Merope.
A support
oh
with
yeah,
Jupiter.
Merope.
Aw.
Yeah. Oh, that's sweet.
She's fucking buppy.
Yeah,
She's
wait,
like,
Does
where
Jupiter
was-
have an
Whoopee.
opinion of Merope?
Oh, I totally forgot. Yeah, he likes her.
Good. Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah.
Smells like food.
Makes sense.
Wait, where's
Yeah.
Alika?
Alika, she's like squarely in the middle. She's right under Millicent.
Alika, does she? Wait, hang on.
think anything else changed.
She has a
Yeah.
B with Archer. She has a B with everyone in the main party. Alright.
She's literally just chilling.
Hey, Godfrey's staying with himself. Guys, this is
Oh
like
my god, that's the highest we've seen
that's
it.
the highest he's seen. He is getting therapy through these actions.
Bro, you're therapizing him.
I could.
Damn.
I could.
Damn.
Man, I'm the worst. Edwin turned himself into lizard overnight. Never mind.
I think it was
No.
more from Val's actions than Edwin
Yeah,
proving
yeah.
himself an idiot. But
That's
Val
the
said you
joke.
Val's like, you were in a terrible situation and no one was able to save you from it, and I'm so sorry. And he's like, oh, maybe
damn.
a child
For
shouldn't
real?
have had to kill his sister.
Yeah.
Maybe that wasn't my fault.
Yeah. Maybe.
I'm sure I've said this before, but like Archibald in canon has totally been like, yeah, they ate fucking soup and they turned to lizards and half of them are dead. That's why Godfrey's got scales. He doesn't know the part about his in canon response. I will say when if and when he finds any of this out, will be, oh shit, he's the one that did it. Not, oh no. It's like, oh yeah, no shit.
Mhm.
I didn't know he was the one who did it. That explains a lot. But like, damn, they were clearly all
Archibald,
lizards.
no.
Hey King, you really have guy that kills his sister, but like in a mercy killing way sort of vibes.
Yeah. I'm just. Wow.
Goals?
The lore. There's
God,
so
it-
many
God,
more layers. You guys are like a
Sam.
couple layers down the cake here, but there's more.
Sam, I
God.
understand even more why Godfrey saw Octavia and got psychic damage.
Yeah.
I fucking get it
Yeah.
more now.
Godfrey is kind of just consistently taking d6s of psychic damage, and the only reason he is still alive is because he has overdrive. And he keeps standing next to Edwin. Good.
World's
God.
saddest man.
World's saddest man.
Okay,
someone
I
tell me
understand.
this
Edwin anymore, huh?
My family
So-
has been asking me very nicely to come up for about 3 hours now.
I'm
Oh,
so
no.
sorry. It's
Oh,
just
no.
a
No,
lot.
I was like, my friends called dibs. I'm sorry, but I do want to go hang out with my family.
Okay,
now, so-
bye-bye. Thank you for coming, everybody. See you next
Bye.
week.
Bye.
Good night,
night.
everybody.
Bye.